Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me pray for each and everyone, and let me pray for Carson City. Let's pray. Dear God, Heavenly Father, we are so blessed to be in a country that honor respect, freedom, life, and equality. You are the God of this country, and you are the God of Carson City. Lord, thank you so much for blessing us with our government officials. Thank you so much for bringing them to us. Thank you, Lord, for their dedication, their hard work. Thank you, Lord, for giving them wisdom in every single decision that they are doing. Lord, they are the ministers of justice, protecting the innocent and punishing the violators. Lord, thank you so much for empowering them to plan for economic development of the city. Lord, thank you so much for giving them the strength in order to pursue peace and order in this city. Lord, we are all together in this, in uplifting the quality of life of every resident, of every person in this city. And we believe, Lord, by your grace, the best is yet to come for Carson. And Lord, we are all excited for what you will do to our lives. Lord, today, as they continue to do their council meeting, I pray for each and every person who's here. Lord, from our mayor pro tempore, every council member, every single person who will be participating in this meeting, I know, Lord, that you will continue to give them wisdom, and we will arrive into a wonderful plan that will really glorify your name and will uplift the quality of life of every person in this city. We give you glory, praises, and honor in Jesus' mighty name. Amen, amen, and amen. God
Amen.
bless you all.
Thank you so very much for joining us today. Closed session items 2 through 4. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Madam City Attorney, could you report on the closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session will be held regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. To enable the city to consider negotiations with John McDonald, Yukon Group, with whom the city is negotiating regarding property known as APN number 7329-035-900, Focia Park, and also to consider negotiations with John Sullivan, American Tower Corporation, regarding property known as 19101 South Wilmington Avenue, APN 7320-005-902, Anderson Park. The city's real property negotiator, the city manager, David Roberts, will be seeking direction from the city council regarding price and term of payment for property. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's significant exposure to litigation in 4 cases. And finally, a closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding the pending matter of Santiago versus City of Carson, LA Superior Court case number 20 STC V3051. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. How many items was that? Just 3? Okay. Sound like more than 3. So we should be back within the hour, about 6:10 at the latest. We're going to recess the closed session. Have we been live, Kevin? No, it's just that. That's what it did. It stayed on when I was here too. I thought it. Could everyone take their seats? We're going to start our meeting. Come on. Arlene, Councilman Deere. Everyone take a seat. We're going to start the meeting. We're ready. Well, good evening, everyone. We're going to reconvene to open session. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session over 3 items. Actually, maybe it was 4 items. They met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the city to consider negotiations with Yukon Group regarding APN number 7329-035-900 Focia Park, and to negotiations with American Tower regarding APN number 7320-005-902 Anderson Park. No reportable action was taken. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1. Because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 4 cases, only 2 of those items were covered. The other 2 were continued to another council meeting. Lastly, the council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.91 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation in the matter of Santiago versus City of Carson, LA Superior Court Case Number 20 STCV 30519. No reportable action was taken. And just in case I didn't clarify, no reportable action was taken with respect to item number 3 either. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Is Tina Keeley still here? Tina Keeley? Tina, I'm going to allow you to speak. You're going to do a brief presentation because I know you have to attend another meeting. Tina Keeley, she's the chair of our Human Relations Commission. So you have 3 minutes, my dear.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, Councilman Hicks, and Councilman Deere, and all the other elected officials that are here. I'm here to invite everyone to come out to our Rising Stars. It's our 27th annual event, and we have a lot of surprises this year. We're going worldwide, and I just want you guys to be there. We're asking for donations for Carson High School. The band will be there to perform, celebrate, or in the national anthem. So I thank you, and I look forward to seeing all of you. I know Mayor Pro Temp said he won't be able to be there. He has a prior engagement, a funeral. So my prayers are with you, and I thank all of you.
And Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the reports that we were getting. I was reading your reports today about what the Human Relations Commission is doing, so I want to thank you for that. And
Yes, we try to stay busy. We
Okay.
hit the ground running. I want to also give a special thanks to our assistant city manager. He has been right there, our backbone. And Kat, our staff person, without her, I don't know what we would have done. Sylvia Rubio helped us a lot as well. And it has been, we hit the ground running. Usually it takes us from March to February to plan the event. We started like in August. But we already picked the winners, and they're ready.
thank you. And also to any commissioners that are listening, and Tina, you can take this message back, because I say it at the beginning of every commission meeting, the only commissioners that need to be sworn in are the uncontested. Anyone that has not been removed from the commission, they're still on the commission. So you're to continue to serve, that's what our ordinance says, until either removed or you quit. So everyone, please continue to attend the commission meetings. They're very important. I did read the reports from the commission, and I want to thank staff for that because it keeps us informed as to what our commissions are doing. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Tina, before you step away, I want to congratulate you because you've been doing this work for over 20 years as a volunteer for the people of Carson, and you do an exemplary job. I know that your commission is one of the most active, and you do a lot of things for the community, so we want to thank you for that. And I will plan to be there on the 18th, and I want to remind people this is a free event, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Tina, Madam
Madam-
Mayor,
Yes, MBT.
I didn't mean to, but Jim, you reminded me, you said you've been doing this for 20 years. You served on the Human Relations Commission when I was on the Human Relations Commission.
Correct.
And you kind of taught me the way, so I just wanted to acknowledge all of your hard work that you do for the community as well as all of us, and we're grateful and super appreciative of all the hard work you do. You would think you were getting $1 million salary the way you work so hard for our city, and we're incredibly grateful. And I remember as a youth commissioner being on the Human Relations Commission, and I think it was about maybe in my early 20s or whatever. I'm 42 now, so that was quite some time ago. So we appreciate you for just hanging in there and giving the service to your community. And when Jim said that, it sparked that we served on the Human Relations Commission together long ago. So I appreciate you greatly.
Yeah, Human Relations Commission is my passion. And I will give it all I have. And we have great commissioners on that commission. So I want to thank you again.
Thank you. Little housekeeping before we start the meeting. I'm asking my colleagues, as I did in the past, wait until you're recognized by the chair before you speak. We're not just blurting out. I will recognize you. Okay? Thank you very much. Or if you don't, you'll be out of order. Okay, our Councilwoman. The next we'll have a report from our Captain Jones of the Carson Sheriff Station.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, rest of the council members, city manager, and your entire staff. Good seeing you guys all tonight. How are you guys doing?
Great.
I have a short report. We haven't had a lot happening since our last meeting here. I'll just go over a few things we participated and attended and supported. We were so very thankful to support Assemblyman Mike Gibson and his swearing-in ceremony. He's been very supportive of us as a station as well as us as a community, so we were happy to go out and support him. We had the privilege of attending the Chamber of Commerce quarterly breakfast. It was really, really good because, you know, so often we run into the same members and business owners throughout the city, but we had the pleasure of sitting with some new business owners and different business owners and meet some new folks and got to make some new connections. So it was really, really good, as well as we had some good food to eat. So that was really, really good also. We also had the opportunity to reciprocate the support that the DoubleTree always gives us, and we attended their re-grand opening, so that was a very good event for us to go out to. I would like to share with everyone, we will be doing a Citizens Academy. We're going to be doing that Citizens Academy March 7th through May 9th. And for those who don't know, our Citizens Academy is an opportunity for our community members to come out and learn a little bit of our guidelines, our responsibilities. We give them some knowledge on our police activity as well as some of our procedures so that they understand what maybe some of our limitations are, and they maybe understand when they make those calls for service, why we address certain situations or issues in certain ways. We're going to be doing, like I said, the Citizens Academy. It's a 10-week course. We're going to be doing it March 7th through May 9th. We're going to hold it on Tuesday evenings from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. It will be here at the station. So for any of our residents who are interested, please give us a call at the station. Reach out to our community relations office, as well as there's information on all our social media platforms. We would love to have you there and take part of this opportunity for us to connect, as well as you to learn a little bit more about how we go about our daily activities. On March 1st, we will be doing another Coffee with the Cop. We're calling it Pizza with the Station. We're actually going to do it at Chuck E. Cheese. We feel let's do it different this time. We want to make sure we give every member of our community the opportunity to connect with us. We didn't want to just do it in the daytime when some people are at work. It also gives us a chance to meet with our youth because we know they are our future, and we want to do everything we can in the beginning to be that intervention and make sure they know that we're their friend and not their enemy. So we're going to do that Coffee with the Cop on March 1st from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Chuck E. Cheese here at our local Carson Mall. We're going to have pizza, drinks, a lot of fun, play some games and different things. I'm going to try to see which kid thinks they can beat me in shooting the basketball, so we'll see. I'd like to also report we have been deploying the speed trailers. Hopefully you guys have seen them. We're putting them out different areas throughout the city, and it seems to be making a difference. The speed trailer actually made me slow down on Central. I was coming down the hill, and it was like, slow down. I'm like, whoa, my speed is a little up. So they do have the effect that we want to have, and we're going to continue to deploy them, and we think they're going to help make a difference. I want to thank our residents, the staff, the deputies have been telling me, and the sergeants, some of our recent response to some of the crimes, we've been successful in catching and identifying the suspects in them because of our residents truly believing in the see something, say something, and making that call. They saw suspicious cars or suspicious people walking or people prowling, and they made a call. And, you know, to their credit, it allowed us to make some arrests of some people who had warrants, felony suspects, or people who had done crimes in the local area. So I want to thank our residents and ask you to continue to not hesitate and call us when you see something that doesn't look regular or out of the ordinary. Lastly, as we know, this is Black History Month, and I am very thankful that our station is a station that is very diverse, and we have people of every race and culture, but we have folks of African American descent who are in different positions. And so as a station, we decided to recognize our field training officers as well as our training staff who are African American. So we're lucky and blessed to have a lot of good members out there who are giving training to represent that community. That's all I have for my report. Thank you guys for supporting the men and women of the Carson Sheriff Station. Any questions of me?
Thank you, Sheriff Captain. Thank you very much. Any comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor,
Councilman?
just want to thank the captain again. We really appreciate these reports, and the people who are listening and watching on television do learn a lot, and they also keep you connected to the people of our city, and we appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman?
thank you. I just want to say to the captain, thank you for putting in the trailers out and making sure they're available, because I did see them out through the city and noticing people were slowing down, especially the one on Central, because that's a big sign. In fact, there's two signs up there, not just one. There's a small one right behind the big one. So it really helps in that area, because when they come down that hill, which historically that was the soapbox hill back in the day where they did the soapbox derby. So it's a steep hill. So if you could do a soapbox derby and you're going down it, so what do you think you're going to do in your car? So I'm just, again, to the residents, be safe out there, be mindful of your speed, be mindful of the pedestrians we have crossing these streets as well, because you can hit them and it becomes an issue and hurting our residents in the community. But again, I just want to thank you, Captain, and all the residents, and for being out there and working hard for the betterment of our city.
You're welcome, sir. And I just got to give credit to this Assistant City Manager, the Public Safety Office with Rayanne, as well as Lieutenant Aiello. They played a big part in making sure the trailers were done correctly and got deployed efficiently. So.
Thanks, Aiello.
Thank you. Any more comments? Well, as usual, thank you so much for all that you do, and you're so visible in our city. I really appreciate that. But you live, work, play, and pray in Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You guys have a good night.
Next, we'll have a report. Captain Bennett is not here tonight. Who's here? There's an alternative. Do we have his name?
You have a backup. we got backup.
Jimenez. Back up. Good evening.
Good evening.
Battalion Chief Art Jimenez. I'm just actually covering for the day for your local fire chief. Chief Bennett could not make it because he had another appointment he needed to go to. And one of the guys that I actually am covering for today, he's actually deployed to Turkey with our USAR task force team that we deployed yesterday with 82 personnel from city of Carson and all different parts of the county. So I'm here. I'm the backup to the backup. So good evening. I just have a short statement, because I'm just going to give you the numbers for January 1st to January 33rd on the category on incidents that were that we went on in the city of Carson itself. So we had 21 structure fires. We had 639 rescue and emergency calls in your city. We had 13 hazardous materials calls. We had 10 service calls. The service calls is basically, it could be from anything to help somebody into bed, or they got locked out of their home, and so forth. We also had 187 good intent calls, 24 false alarms, and 52 special incident calls. With the special incidents, it could be a variety with everything, PD standby, helping everybody out, the sheriffs, and so forth. Numbers-wise, for the structure fires that we had in the month of January, I think we had a total of, like I mentioned, 21 with the loss of close to $4 million on property loss. That's pretty much all I got. I mean, it's kind of shorthanded. They told me, hey, just give this information to the city council.
The backup is doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any comments from my colleagues? Well, I want to say thank you again for coming and standing in for the backup to
For
the backup.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
The next item is number 7, and it's an introduction by our newly elected Assemblyman Josh Lowenthal, City of Carson. Come on up, Josh, Assemblyman. The City of Carson we have 2 Assemblymen now after redistricting, Mike Gibson and to the north and Assemblyman Lowenthal in the south. So thank you for coming out and visiting with us.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members Rojas, Councilmember Hicks, Councilmember Deere, it is a pleasure to be here. It is an honor to be your newly elected Assembly member representing the City of Carson and Sacramento. It is something I do not take lightly whatsoever. And I'm here to formally say hello, establish a relationship with you all, which is going to be the very, very beginning, certainly not the end. And I look forward to years and years of working together. If you don't mind, I'll just give you a little bit of background on myself. I'll try to be brief because I know the city business is lengthy this evening. I am a business person, born and raised in the city of Long Beach, which is also part of this district. By the way, the district is not only Carson and Long Beach, it also includes the cities of Signal Hill and Avalon, which is Catalina Island. I went to public schools in Long Beach, went on to ultimately start off as a school teacher, actually, Long Beach Unified School District, and I went on to a business career. I worked in telecommunications for over 25 years. I owned and operated a phone carrier business in West Africa, as a matter of fact, and later became the president of freeconferencecall.com, which is located in Long Beach. And I'm still a business owner in Long Beach, owner of some small businesses, a few restaurants, and a bakery, which I invite you all to come down and have some pastries. I also come from a family of public service. So like you all, service has been around me for some time. My father is retiring Congressman Alan Lowenthal. My mother continues to serve on the Harbor Commission in Long Beach, was also a member of the state legislature, city council, school board. And my only sibling, my brother Dan, is a judge in criminal court trying the most heinous crimes in Long Beach Courthouse. He may be the family member I'm most proud of, as a matter of fact. I ran for the assembly because I believe that the best days are in front of us, that we need elected leaders who can connect with all aspects of the community. And to that end, I pledge to you all to spend an extraordinary amount of time here in Carson, because it is the part of the district that I am personally the least familiar with. And to that end, my pledge is to really get to know this community, the leaders, the staff, the community members, the activists, the business owners, the education leaders, public safety, and so forth, and to lay out what your vision is for this city. I'm here to support you in the state of California and be your representative in the state of California in the legislature. And to talk a little bit about that, we are facing a $25 billion budget shortfall in the state of California this year, which means we are all going to have to really put our heads together and align on the priorities for the community here in Carson And that means we need to spend time together. In fact, just before this meeting, I spoke with Councilmember Hicks, asking for a tour of his district and his vision. Mayor Pro Tem Hilton and I have established a friendship. In fact, he is going to be providing the invocation at my community swearing in, which I would like to invite you all to this Saturday. Councilmember Deere, Councilmember Rojas, also, we have plans to do tours in their respective districts. And Mayor Davis Holmes, I look forward to spending as much time as you're willing to offer on your vision of the city of Carson, and how we might be able to collaborate together.
That's going to be a long time. I just want to let you know.
As
You're
much
setting
time.
yourself
Get
up,
ready.
Josh. I just
Lunch-
want to let you.
Lunch will be included in that.
It won't be the last long meeting I have in the state legislature, I can tell you that. Looking forward to it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I also want to let you know, I am glad that you mentioned Assemblymember Gibson. You have actually a very unique benefit. The two Assembly members that represent the city of Carson are both on the leadership team. And that means we certainly do have the ear of the speaker and have a very important voice when it comes to the issues of the budget and legislative priorities. So Assemblymember Gibson is the chair of the Democratic Caucus, and I was named as the Assistant Majority Whip, collecting votes on behalf of the speaker on the floor. I was also appointed to all of the committees that I asked for. I'm appointed to the Appropriations Committee, to Transportation, which impacts this district dramatically, especially for all of the people that work in the goods movement sector, on Business and Professions, which also dramatically affects this community, and on the Privacy Committee as well. I want to congratulate you all on the 55-year anniversary. And I just, again, want to invite you, if you are able, to come to the community swearing in. And all of the residents of Carson is an open public event at 11 o'clock this Saturday, the 11th, at Long Beach Poly High School, my alma mater. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to working with you all individually and collectively.
Thank you. Assemblyman. Mr. Assemblyman. Don't get off the hook that easy. Let's start our meetings right now.
Please.
First of all, thank you for taking the time to come and share with us, and congratulations again. If you have not already received an invitation to our 55th anniversary ball on the 25th of February, I'd like you to be in attendance for that.
I would love to be there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also, our State of the City is when? March 22nd. We will be getting invitations out to you for that. It will talk about March 30th. PIO just informed me. Yes. Is that correct, Margie? March 30th? We will be getting information to you, so we'd love to have you in attendance at that. And I'm so glad you're on all these committees. Let's get down to the business.
Well, that's absolutely right. As a matter of fact, I've already introduced my first bills on the day that I was sworn in, officially sworn in, constitutionally sworn in. I introduced my first bill, which requires school districts throughout the state of California to have policies and curriculum around body shaming. As a matter of fact, it's a priority for me to work on legislation that protects girls and women, young women in this state, and opportunities for girls and young women in the state of California. I will also be working on environmental protection, environmental justice, deeply affecting the people in this community, as a matter of fact, and in Long Beach. We see in COVID inordinately how the people in this community suffered because of lung disease and other impacts of the goods movement industry, and we certainly plan to address those over the years ahead. Public education is also something that's very, very dear to me, and we'll be working hard on that front. And I know that the public education system here in Carson as part of Los Angeles Unified, and higher education is a source of great pride for you all. And so having adequate funding is going to be critically important. And then something that's near and dear to me as a tech executive is privacy and digital protection and the impacts that social media are having on us as a whole, certainly our children, their evolution, and what type of guardrails that we need to put on those things. So those are some of the priorities I intend to work on in those committees.
And I really appreciate that, and I do want you to, we will be, when we meet, the Dominguez Channel is a big ticket item for the city of Carson. As you're aware, that odor affected us, and the Assemblyman, the Congresswoman, our LA County Supervisor was just right on top of everything. But I do want to make sure that we have all the elected officials at the state, local, and federal level working with us on this. I will be asking staff to come up with a memorandum of understanding with the LA Public Works Department, and I definitely want to make sure that our elected state and federal officials are on board, because you can open doors that I can't. And we want to make sure that, I always say we're going to turn lemons into lemonade. Even though our residents were affected by the odor, I would like to see, once we remediate it, that it's a riverfront that's somewhere that our residents can be proud of. And we have already started the process. Promises have been made, but I think it'd be very important for us to enter into an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, because as people leave, so do their memories. And I just want to make sure you're on board. And those are some of the things we'll be talking about.
Madam Mayor, what happened can never happen again. You know, running for this job, the best part about it for me was walking, canvassing, and walking door to door, particularly in Carson. And if I could compliment this town for a moment, I have never, ever seen a community in my life with greater sense of harmony, where people are proud of each other, given the differences that tear apart other communities, not only in the region, but throughout the country, throughout the world. I've never seen the harmony like I see in a block by block in Carson. I love it. Aside from being proud of each other, the number one thing that everybody wanted to talk about was Dominguez Channel. Everybody wanted to talk about the Dominguez Channel. What happened can never happen again. You can count on me to collaborate with you fully. And we need to have just deep, substantive plan and make sure we're aligned on what we're asking for and what sort of results and what needs to be measured going forward and who's accountable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks again for coming out. Any comments from my colleagues? MPT.
Assemblymember, thank you. Thanks for coming, extending a hand and an olive branch. Look forward to working with you. I know that I don't represent the districts that you represent, but doesn't mean that we can't build a relationship in the legislature, because there's a power in connectivity and to make sure we build coalitions. And I look forward to building coalitions with you. You come from a long line of public service. Everyone knows your dad. Everyone knows your mom. Incredible people, and we look forward to the incredible work that you're going to do in the state legislature. So I'm grateful, and would love the number to your tailor as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Assemblyman, again, when I met you at the swearing-in ceremony for Gibson, it was good to see you at that function as well. But again, when we spoke earlier, I'm just glad that we will get together to walk District 3, because the majority of District 3 is in your district, and that there are constituents in that area that have some concerns and some issues that was brought to me that I want to share with you, and that now we have a working dialogue to make sure that we can move the city forward and to make that new district the shining district of the Assembly. So I want to say thank you for that.
Looking forward to it, Councilmember.
Any other comments? Thank you again. We look forward to working with you.
Likewise, thank you for your time.
Next is item number 8, is a presentation from the Dell Group on Carson Economic Development strategic plan.
Well, good evening, Mayor Davis Holmes and members of the council. I'm Roger Dale with the Nadelson Dale Group. We are part of a team that is working on an economic development strategic plan for the city, and I'm really excited to be here in person this evening to give you an update. I know we've met before online, but great to be here in person. So our project team includes our firm. It's actually led by another firm, RRM Design Group, who will be working on some of the land use and design related aspects of the plan. My firm, the Nadelson Dale Group, specializes in market analysis, economic development, real estate, and industry attraction. We're also very excited to have on our team a firm, HVS, which is a specialist in tourism, hospitality, hotel development, and has a particular focus on leveraging major sports facilities. And of course, all of that is very relevant to Carson, so we're excited that they're part of the team. And then finally, Catalyst is looking at some of the environmental issues that potentially are constraints, but also can be opportunities for Carson from an economic development perspective. So to update you on where we are, we have completed a number of major tasks, and we're kind of at a good turning point in the process to let you know where we have gotten to date. We have completed a target industry analysis, a real estate demand or market study looking at potential demand for retail, office, and industrial space. HVS, as I mentioned, has completed an initial study of hospitality and tourism potentials. They'll be doing more work on that later. And very excited that we have completed over the last couple of months what we've called the Economic Development Summit process for Carson. And that was a series of 3 stakeholder meetings where we invited the same group of people to come to all 3 meetings over a period of months and give us very candid and useful input on the opportunities and issues that they see in Carson as it relates to economic development. And some of that I'll talk more about in a moment. And as a result of that process, we have prepared just an initial framework, or you can think of it as an outline for the Economic Development Strategic Plan. So the plan itself is still coming and there's more work to be done, but we've got enough direction, we think, especially from our background studies and the stakeholders, to get some of the key themes on the table, and would like to share some of those with you this evening. Some other tasks that are underway, we're going to be doing, in addition to those stakeholder workshops, we're doing additional outreach to key stakeholders, potential partners of the city. And then we're going to be evaluating other communities around Southern California that might be considered peers or competitors of Carson, to identify what are the elements that have made their economic development program successful that we might include in an upgraded program for Carson. The design firm I mentioned, RRM Design Group, is going to be taking a particular focus or particular look at the downtown area, creating a true downtown for Carson, and what some of the policies or land use design strategies might be to achieve that. And then HVS is going to be looking specifically at hotel development opportunities as they relate, for example, to the sports facilities that are here, to the 2028 Olympic activities that will be here, and how does that all come together and create opportunities for new hotel development in the city. I also mentioned Catalyst, looking at some of the environmental constraints, and then all of that will wrap up a few months down the line in a full economic development strategic plan, which is really going to be an action plan for the city for economic development. We have identified, and I won't go through all of these this evening, based on our background analyses and the input from the stakeholders, some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats related to Carson's economic development program. And I mentioned just a few of those that I think are highlights. And the strength category is, there's some strong elements here that are very encouraging. You know, you've got a very strategic location within Southern California. You've already leveraged that to a great extent, but there there are continued potentials to build on that. Proximity to transportation infrastructure, not only the 4 major freeways that touch on or go through Carson, but proximity to ports and airports, very important for many industries. The fact that you've got a Cal State University campus here is a tremendous strength that you can continue to build on. The sports and entertainment destinations, and also the fact that you've got a strong base of some key industries, including manufacturing, which makes you, I think, a leader or unique in Southern California for some of the activities that you've got. Some of the issues that were identified in terms of weaknesses, and again, these are kind of perceptions from stakeholders, and we're evaluating how real these issues are, but concerns about the city's processing of permitting and fees and business licenses, and is the city as business friendly as it can be? I think related to that are concerns about the staffing levels of the city and how that affects time frames for processing development. And then issues related to homelessness and crime and how that affects the city's image in the surrounding region. There are also a number of opportunities we think can be built on. I think continuing to focus on cleanup or reuse of brownfield sites, potentially positioning the city for state and federal grants related to some of those challenges. And as I already mentioned, opportunities, for example, of leveraging the presence of some of the events for the 2028 Olympics are things that we're looking at specific ways to do that. Finally, in the category of threats, just mention a few things. We know that some of your legacy industries, oil, for example, are being phased out for probably good reasons from an environmental perspective, but that does create challenges from a business perspective on how do you replace that activity with new jobs and new investment. And as I'll mention in a minute, we think there's actually some specific opportunities as that transition happens that Carson can really be a leader in that area. We like to think of economic development as the end goal is to create prosperity for your community, for your residents, and to attract investment that will do that in terms of new job opportunities, better paying job opportunities. And the way we often focus that is to identify target industries that we believe from a market standpoint your community is well positioned to attract or to grow. And I'd like to just kind of highlight some of the areas that we think are strengths or opportunities for Carson. Kind of divided these into 6 major themes, and each of these major groups has a number of different specific industries within it. So the first one is the visitor economy. So that would include new hotel development, kind of leveraging the venues that are here and perhaps expanding on them, specific opportunities related to additional entertainment, and all of that often translates into demand for additional retail and restaurant facilities. One of the studies that HVS has done is very powerful within this type of a strategy. They've got really excellent data that can tell us of all the people who are coming to Dignity Health Sports Park, for example, or who are coming to visit Cal State Dominguez Hills. They can tell us where they're coming from, how long they're staying, and then very interestingly, where they go afterwards. And what they're finding is a lot of those people are going to hotels or to restaurants or shopping after they leave those events. But unfortunately, most of those hotels and restaurants aren't in Carson. They're going to other communities that have more facilities to offer. That's the bad news. The good news, though, is that that's a market that you can still tap if you've got the right strategy in place to do it. And that's what they're going to specifically help us to focus on, is what are those opportunities realistically, and how do we move forward with that. The next major area is clean tech. And again, this is kind of the opportunity side of the challenges of having legacy industries that include oil and gas. I think Carson is in a position to really become a leader in the transition to renewable fuels, green energy, and related technologies like electric vehicles. And we see this as something that I don't think there's a clear leader in Southern California yet for doing that. And we've talked to people in those industries that believe Carson is well positioned to take that lead, if you will. Manufacturing is something that has long been under duress, I would say, in California and in Los Angeles County, yet it has maintained a strong presence in Carson. And some of the areas that we see as strengths that could continue to be strengths would include aerospace manufacturing, chemical products, and things related to technology, computer hardware, and analytical instruments. Logistics, and I know this is an industry that there are concerns about from a community and environmental perspective, but it nevertheless is a strength in the region and has been for several years, and there may be opportunities to continue to work with that industry in a way that is beneficial to the community. Then we could get into the area of professional and creative, and some of these are things that are present in Carson already and some are not, but they're strong in the surrounding area, and we've gotten stakeholder input that they could be strong here. Business services includes a wide range of professional services. Education, of course, anchored around the Cal State campus. And then film and sound studios, things that there's some presence here, but obviously in the larger region, that's a huge strength. So there may be opportunities to attract more of that activity to Carson. Finally, construction related not only includes construction services, but there's actually existing manufacturing activity in Carson of construction related materials. And again, that might be something that can be strengthened or retained in the future. So as I mentioned, we've taken these ideas and positioned them around a framework for economic development. These are just kind of an initial outline that we'll be building on as we go forward. I've kind of outlined this in terms of what we call game-changing initiatives, capacity-building initiatives, and then we've also outlined some strategies that will be focused on specific geographic areas or neighborhoods within the city, and then also identified partnerships that would be important for implementing this. Okay, in terms of those game-changing initiatives for an economic development program, we've tentatively identified an overall theme as Carson is where creativity comes to work and play. Some of those major initiatives would include creating a, quote, destination-worthy downtown, creating a live entertainment district, probably anchored around the Dignity Health Sports Park. That would include restaurant, retail, hotel, and mixed-use housing near that area. And then there are other communities, of course, in Southern California that are doing this. And Dignity Health, I think, has a strong interest in doing that if appropriate sites could be identified. We've already heard this evening about the Dominguez Hills, the Dominguez Channel, and some of the concerns about that. But as Madam Mayor, your vision for this, I think, is consistent with what we've heard from the community, that this can be positioned as an amenity for the community, not a problem going forward, but an amenity that can be important for recreation, as a community placemaking tool, and potentially to enhance economic development. We know that many communities throughout the region are facing challenges for their existing retail shopping centers. That's an industry that's undergoing an ongoing transition. And that will include opportunities to reinvigorate the shopping centers that are here and potentially transition some of them to other uses where there's more market demand. And that's something the city can have a proactive role in. And then possibly related to that is expanding housing options to broaden your community's appeal to a broader range of demographic groups that would support these new businesses and industries. So next thing are some game-changing initiatives that would involve city programmatic efforts. For example, the issue of business friendliness, further enhancements to the way the city processes development and streamlines permitting. Positioning Carson as a training center of excellence, which would be a workforce development initiative, that this is a place that trains its workforce for the industries of the future. Also just positioning generally your community as a place of innovation, creativity, and resilience. These are kind of marketing messages, but there's also a lot of real substance that needs to be put on the table to make that a reality. Related to that, positioning the city as a startup leader, and I think, as I've mentioned, clean tech would be a potential anchor for that new type of industry development. And then we always emphasize that we can have a great vision for what we'd like to attract that's not here, but economic development programs really must start with retaining and strengthening what you've already got. and a strong business retention program, a small focus on small business outreach, we anticipate will be a key component of this plan. We've got some other ideas that relate to capacity building, to kind of support those big idea game changers. You kind of get down to the nuts and bolts of creating a business-friendly city. I won't go through all of these, but just to highlight some, establishing a dedicated position for grant writing. We understand that economic development takes resources to implement, and we think that Carson is in a position, because of some of the unique opportunities and some of the challenges you've got, to pursue additional state and federal funding to support those initiatives. We've also like to see a review of the city's zoning, land use policies to ensure alignment with business development goals. And I think the fact that the timing is in line with your general plan update process is fortunate, and this is a good time to kind of rethink how, and I know this is what has been done as part of the general plan, to rethink how your zoning capacity lines up with what the market demand will be for these types of new development activities. And then possibly a rethinking of the way the city's marketing happens for economic development. And not to criticize what you're doing now, but as you focus on these new initiatives and these new goals in terms of industry growth and attraction, your marketing program needs to kind of evolve around that. Finally, some opportunities for things like growing the grassroots support for a strong economic development program in the community. We really want to see that economic development is positioned in your community as something that the whole community understands why it's important for the city to invest in these programs and how they all benefit from it ultimately. Some of the geographic areas that we will see really being prioritized in this plan would include the downtown and the connecting corridors, and I'll show you a map of that in a minute, some of the areas we're looking at. I've already talked about this idea of a live entertainment district. Don't know the specific location or boundaries yet, but we would anticipate it to be most effective. It would be kind of within walking distance of the Dignity Health Sports Park. The Dominguez Channel area, we've heard feedback from the community that this could be Carson's Riverwalk. And maybe it doesn't reach the scale of the San Antonio Riverwalk, but maybe there's some good opportunities for positioning that as a real gem in your community. The South Bay Pavilion, we've understand that there are potentially opportunities for housing there and some surplus parking areas, and continuing to strengthen that would be part of that, reinvigorate retail concept. That center is relatively very strong compared to many regional scale shopping centers in Los Angeles County, and want to continue to keep it that way. The golf course may have some redevelopment potentials consistent with their overall mandates of the types of uses they can accommodate. And then also looking at opportunities to create modern industrial parks or business parks where these new industries could locate. Finally, I'd like to mention some partnerships that we anticipate will be part of this strategy to support the city in implementing these activities. Right at the top of the list is Cal State Dominguez Hills, and we'd see them involved in a number of aspects related to facilities, related to entrepreneurial development, and related to workforce development. So they're clearly going to be a key partner. They've been active participants in the process already, and we're already anticipating additional outreach with them as we finalize some of the specifics of the plan. Chamber of Commerce has also been active in our meetings. Dignity Health Sports Park, the Porsche Experience Center, logistics firms have participated, hotels, oil and gas firms have been very interested in what we're doing and how their ongoing transition can be a benefit to the city. The South Bay COG and their program, the South Bay Fiber Network, and then a number of organizations involved in workforce development. The Workforce Investment Board, I've already mentioned Cal State, as well as K through 12 education. The area that RRM Design Group is looking at will include the downtown core, which you're of course very familiar with. I don't have specifics yet about what their recommendations or ideas are going to be, but tentatively they've kind of outlined the area bubbled here in purple as the downtown, and then showing connections to that to the Carson Street corridor. Those boundaries are still kind of under discussion and evaluation, but generally that we see that as a core area, and it's a question of deciding what are the best land uses there, consistent with the market and consistent with the vision that the community has, and how do you best physically develop that in a way that creates a real walkable destination downtown. What this map shows is that yellow triangle is basically corresponds to that downtown core. And then, of course, the Carson Street corridor going off to the west. It's also, we also see the Avalon corridor as being very important going north and south. And you can see that it kind of pulls together a number of the key activity generators with the Cal State campus and Dignity Health Sports Park on the north, coming a little further down the county golf course, and then, of course, South Bay Pavilion, and connecting into the downtown. We ultimately would like to see that corridor as being one continuous opportunity for development, and also a continuous opportunity for the city to elevate its presence and its image as a destination within the Southern California region. I really appreciate the opportunity to be working with you. It's been a privilege so far, and also the opportunity to be with you this evening. At this point, I'd be glad to take any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And JR, thank you. And Saeed, I've been, when I was sworn in 2 years ago, this was the Economic Development Plan. It was one of 9 initiatives that I said I would like to see in the city of Carson. I've been on JR. Well, where is the plan? Where is the plan? I've been asking for a year, so I'm pleased to see that it's coming to life. And now, once we get everything in place, then it's called the implementation phase. So this is the beginning, but I do want to thank staff for moving forward. And I can report out at our State of the City in March that we're putting together our economic strategic plan. So I want to thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. It addressed a lot of the things that we had been discussing as staff, and that I had discussed with the chamber when I was first elected. How do you want to be a part of the process? And what can we do to make this city the destination city that it should be? So I just want to say thank you to staff, to my colleagues. MPT.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thanks. I like the fact you said Carson, where creativity comes to work and play. I like that. Page 10, you reference review of the zoning. I think this comes at a unique time when we are implementing our general plan. However, I think this needs to go hand in hand with our general plan. You talked about the stakeholders being in certain industries. I would like to see us, before our general plan is coupled together, I would like to see you work in this general plan before we vote the general plan in, to hear stakeholders and ideas of what should go in this area and what should go in that area. I think in order for us to have an economic plan, it must be baked into the general plan as well. Because if we do certain things in the general plan that may hurt our economy or hurt some stakeholders, it will be a failed plan instead of a general plan. So as we're looking forward to go and to create things that are going to happen in 2040, as we're looking towards that to create goals, I think you have to be at the table as we are doing this general plan. I would have liked to see this strategic plan developed alongside of the general plan because I think that this is the first, I've heard good things about it, but this is the first time I've actually seen the presentation. I've heard from people that this was great, but I think, in order for us to be that city where creativity comes to work and play, we have to make sure that everybody's at the table in thinking about the economic impacts that the general plan may have on us. One of my favorite places to hang out, because you said as we go and people come to Dignity Sports Park, they go to different restaurants in different cities. How is it that Manhattan Beach has boomed and blossomed with this new development at their mall that once was a dead space? Now you have Joey's, you have Boa Steakhouse. How is it that Carson hasn't got that? We need this economic plan to walk alongside with the general plan to make sure that Carson gets the restaurants, gets the grocery stores, gets the recreational spaces that we deserve. One of the reasons why I know that we deserve them is because when I go eat at those restaurants, I see people from Carson. But we wouldn't go to those restaurants, we wouldn't go to those places if we had those in our community. So I think this is important. I don't know that through the city manager, that you would direct the staff to couple with this, that these things need to be coupled together, the general plan and the economic plan. Because if we plan on one end and don't give the plan on the other end, we could shoot ourselves in the foot and eventually not rolled out. You referenced referenced the industries who were the stakeholders who brought economic development on page 10, and you also recognized zoning on page 13. And I was taking my notes, so I would love to see it. I would love to have a copy of this presentation that we may be able to bake it into the general plan. I think we still have work to do if we want to be the thriving place where Carson, where creativity comes to work and play. I want to add one thing: Carson, where creativity comes to work and play and stay, because we deserve to stay here. We shouldn't have to go outside of our community to experience fine dining. We shouldn't have to go outside of our community to experience a quality grocery store. We live in a food desert in Carson. This is an environmental justice issue. And why are these environmental justice issues not addressed in this economic plan along with the general plan? Thank you, my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And Mayor Pro Tem, you hit on almost everything I had on my notes here. One thing you did miss on there was transportation. I didn't see anything in regards to transportation along the corridor that you have recommended. With that, my question is, why wasn't Carson Street looked at to create the downtown area versus Avalon? I mean, if you go back to the map, you see where you had the purple lines around it. You chose to go down Avalon from City Hall to Calvary Dominguez Hills to make that your downtown area versus down Carson Street. Is there a reason behind that?
First of all, this is not set in stone, so your input is very helpful this evening.
Okay.
That was a tentative idea, and we can discuss other options, but that's
okay. So it's not in stone. We can kind of massage it and move it around a little bit. And then in truck routes was not also part of that plan. Logistics, and I know they're here in our community, but we need to really look at our truck routes in our community, and that probably goes along with our general plan, to address how trucks meander through our city, and that how they're tearing up our streets, and that how they interact with our residents in our community, so that we are not bombarded with all the trucks within the heart of our community. More so it should be along the areas or the outside of our community versus coming through the center of our city. The other thing was looking at was the restaurants you put on there. You didn't specifically say restaurants that were sit down. I don't want to see any more fast food coming through the city. At some point in time, we need to stop having fast food all through the city. We need to have sit down, good food restaurants in our community. So I would hope that's part of the plan as well, to make sure that's in place. And with the entertainment, and I've always been saying it for I don't know how long. I'm looking at LA Live and something, call it Carson Live or something, that there needs to be something that the young people can come in and have a good time. And even me, myself, an older individual that still wants to go out and not be at home all day long, that being able to go out and have a location that is kind of all genres of entertainment. I mean, where you can do a lot of things, but it becomes a destination that people know it's in the city of Carson. So those are things I'm looking at, and hopefully we can kind of tweak it, Madam Mayor, along with Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of my colleagues, that we can kind of include that in the process, because I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm hearing. I just want to do some tweaking to make sure that we encompass everything that needs to be in place. But again, thank you for that information.
Thank you for your input. That's very helpful.
Any further comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It's very interesting, but I have some questions for you. How long is your contract before it runs out with the city of Carson to do this work?
You know, I'm going to defer to staff on that. I'm a subcontractor, and I just know we're plugging along on our work. I don't know the contract dates.
Ballpark figure?
I think we executed the contract in May. I think it was around May 15th, and it's a 12-month contract. So we're getting close to the end of the contract.
I see. Okay, well, I want to segue on something my colleagues have said as well. This is the first real presentation that we as the elected officials of Carson have had the opportunity to view as a group and in public. And you had many interesting things to say. It's comprehensive, yet when we talk about all these great ideas, AKA potential for the city of Carson, the type of changes you're talking about are not changes that happen overnight. Give you a case in point. When Tony Roma's restaurant opened in the early 1980s, it was over 20 years before we had another sit-down table service chain restaurant open up in the city of Carson, and that was a Chili's restaurant. Mm-hmm. And that was part of a restaurant task force that I was involved with, and we had to fight to get the Chili's. We had people, we have NIMBYs not wanting it, but can you imagine, for 20 years, Carson had no new restaurants open up, except for a few mom and pops? I would say that's an economic drought. And we're still suffering from that drought. We also, and I'll be very bold to say this, we had a lack of vision among certain staff and electeds. And so when I got elected mayor, I'm not an expert in the field, but I did study urban and regional planning at UCLA, and I know that there are some practical things that this council can do now and councils needed to do in the past to set the environment for success. And so little things that you do to make changes, set it up for success in the future. Most people know I'm a classroom school teacher, and in the course of a semester, we organize our lesson plans so the children can build on what they learn at the beginning of the semester to culminate in the end of the semester with greater knowledge and greater success. So we as a city have to do that. If you were to, for example, look at, this is an analogy. It's a fictitious situation, but if the South Bay was one city, Carson would be the industrial area that you don't go unless you have a job there. Some people will live there. But quite frankly, when I first got elected in 2001, I looked around the city and I realized that there was no reason for people to get off the freeway in Carson unless they lived here or worked here, with the exception of the university, which was young and growing at the time, and the IKEA store, where people would go to the IKEA store, buy something, and then get right back on the freeway and leave, not buy gas, not go to a restaurant. There was no restaurants to go to in the view of many people. And so we needed to change that. So part of my detailed economic development strategy was to have something like a restaurant row, which will capture that economic power for our city. And I looked at Lakewood. They have all the advantage of having all the restaurants right next to each other. So people come from miles and miles around knowing that they go to that street, they go to that intersection, they will find a restaurant that they like. And so I wanted it in Carson, similar to one of your charts you had up there. You had a yellow line. And I like your presentation partially, and I'll be real frank, because it's very similar to the presentation that I put forward without any professional consultants, but just business people and people in the industry helping out for free. But if you took this yellow line, it's almost identical to the restaurant row concept. I just extended it to the 91 freeway. And starting at the 91 freeway, a series of restaurants that went all the way down Avalon to Carson Street and then west on Carson Street to the 110. So people from San Pedro could go up the 110 freeway in a few minutes, get off at Carson Street and find a series of interesting restaurants where they can spend their money. And we benefit with sales tax. And other businesses benefit, and therefore more jobs. So I must say that some of the opposition to this idea still exists in Carson. We have a commissioner who attacked me, criticized me for bringing Chili's restaurant. The person said, she said, "You brought more traffic, more pollution, and more noise to our city." I said, "No. You're looking at that glass of water as half empty. I'm looking at it as half full. I brought jobs, sales tax revenue for our city, and amenities for our residents, so they don't have to spend their gas money going to Lakewood or Gardena or Torrance or Long Beach or San Pedro to find a restaurant." So that was a big fight, and we're still in that fight today. It hasn't really changed. We need to work together in unity on a vision that we can agree with, because like I mentioned earlier, one thing builds on the other, and you have to do little things at the beginning to set the stage. But if you have people fighting you in setting the stage, or council members that are opposing you because they don't understand it, or they don't like the fact that you came up with the idea, and then they oppose it, and then they kill it, that's what will happen to your projected idea for the city of Carson. You will
Councilman.
die. We don't have any agenda item where
I
we
know
have
it, but I
an
know
item on
in
the floor.
essence of
So
the
I
time.
don't really want to be interrupted by anyone. She's
Councilman,
referring to
we'll
an ordinance where if there's a
No, I'm just saying.
item
could we
on the
take-
agenda where we have a motion on the floor, and there's a second, and we're debating that motion, which we're not doing right now. So please, thank you.
No,
I
I'm
want
not
to
referring
point
to
out
that.
the fact that the changes we need to make have to be comprehensive, and we have to be consistent. We often apply to be a business-friendly city. We never win, and I'm told by the powers that be in the LA County Economic Development Commission, Carson will never get that award because we have so many anti-business ideas. And those actions come forward damaging business. Unless we agree to work in partnership with our businesses, we're going to be just a run-of-the-mill town that no one really heard of before, and we will never become the destination community that I and many Carson residents hope to have happen. Like I said at the beginning, no reason to get off the freeway in Carson. And there's more reason to get off the freeway now, but the catalyst for that is now known as Dignity Hill Sports Park. That was the catalyst. That brought the change that needed to attract the restaurants. Still, people go to the Galaxy game and they still leave Carson. They don't stay in the hotels here necessarily. They don't go to the restaurants here. I mean, some do, but we need to energize that. We make it so it's very, very productive. So the key to all of this was the restaurant row concept, just like your yellow line shows here. We wanted to put restaurants right at the corner of Carson and Avalon. We were hoping the developer of the Union South Bay would bring in 2 restaurants. Very nice sit-down table service restaurants. We have 0 at that corner. You know, we're putting, we didn't want to put affordable housing right on Carson Street. We wanted to put it in various places around the city, so we do our due diligence on that. That's important. But on Carson Street, we wanted market rate housing in order to generate the economic vitality to make the corridor work. Right now, we have a corridor that was designed for pedestrians. Go there right now, or go there in the middle of the day. Where are the pedestrians? I walked across the street today, a block from City Hall, but no one else was. And, you know, we have to really make true changes, not just talk about it. A lot of the things in Carson, people just talk about it. Oh, that sounds good. But if you talk about it, you have to talk about what your goal is, and you have to talk about how to make that happen. So I would like to see your firm bring forward concrete, definite ideas about how to make that happen, because we all want that to happen. When I first brought this forward 20 years ago, many people didn't want it to happen. But even my political rivals, my political opponents, tended to agree with it, and staff came around and started agreeing with it. The residents agreed with it. So we wanted to make Carson a destination community because, quite frankly, it was a bedroom community / industrial community, which, as you know, is a very strange combination. Usually a bedroom community has 0 industry. We have 54% of our land area in industrial zoning. So when I talked about the analogy of the South Bay being a city, Carson would be the industrial wasteland, not where you'd go for entertainment, not where you would go for fun, not where you would go for a good, fine dining. But we're not that South Bay city. We're the city of Carson. We want to make Carson a destination community. And so I'm asking you to bring forward some solid ideas about how Carson can become a real destination city. Not just talk about it, but make it happen. Because if it becomes a destination community, property values will go up, people will want to move to Carson, they'll want to live in our community, and will attract the variety of a social economic class that most cities should have. And I want to conclude by saying we have to include public art, because what community doesn't have public art? A community that is neglected, that no one cares about. That's the kind of community, and we're not going to be that kind of community. We're going to be a destination community if we, who want that to happen, win that battle. And we need your help to win that battle, because we have lots of challenges, as you've outlined in your charts. And I, like the councilman or the mayor pro tem, I'd like to, each one of us receive a copy of your presentation. And then I would like to discuss it with you about some ideas that I found worked in the past and could very well work for the future. I have a lot more to say, but I'm not going to talk anymore tonight on this subject, but I do look forward to meeting with you or your staff. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I'd be glad to meet with any of you individually if you'd like. I'm glad to do that whenever is convenient for you.
Thank you.
And so thank you for those comments. And
Yeah.
virtually everything you've said is things that we are already including or intending to include in the plan. So I think it will be helpful.
I'm
for
really
us.
glad to hear that, because that really needs to be done.
Thank you. I understand that this is just the beginning and we want to do a presentation. MPT, Carla.
Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking our positive feedback and also taking some shots from us. Thank you for your cooperation. And like my colleagues already said, work, play, and stay, and sit down. So that's what we're looking forward to. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
MPT.
I think Jim spoke enough. It says to the fact why something hasn't been done in 20 years. I think we've tried to do it by ourselves. So we appreciate you being a firm, being here, and let's getting this work done. And I think we could talk about what happened 20 years ago. That's not going to improve economic development today. So we got to figure out what we're going to do now to move forward. And I think these suggestions that everyone has offered, without taking a trip down memory lane, is going to help us move forward, baking this into the general plan, letting us know. I grew up here all my life. We deserve it, and I think it happens with this council. It happens with all of us, knowing that we deserve it, our residents deserve it, and bringing firms on to not have someone who does not have the expertise. We see other cities. We know other cities have contracted people who are the experts to get this done, and that's why you have a contract with us to get this done, because you bring something to the table. We all know what we want, but obviously we can't, as a council, put it together. We have to have a plan that pulls the action to lure businesses here, to lure those sit-down restaurants here, and we got to figure it out. Regardless of who doesn't want it, there's more people who want it than don't want it. So that's what we want to do. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank you also, and I want to say, we're not tripping down memory lane. We're not looking back at what didn't work. We're looking forward to what will work, and that's why we have you here to guide us and to put some of our suggestions into play. But you're the expert in this field. This is concrete. It's in writing. So regardless of how it got here, it's here. Okay, and it's 2023, not 2007. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the second part, but we are looking at, once we get all this together and everyone's thought, the implementation. It's nice to have it on paper, but we need to march through Georgia and start implementing. And like MBT said, our residents deserve it, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. And we look forward to phase 2, and to staff again. Thank you very much, Saheed, JR, for making this happen. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you all.
I do have one other point to make. So, the success for tomorrow is based on what we do today. The success for today is based on what we did yesterday. So don't forget what you did yesterday, because if you can do it right now, then the future looks better. And so it's not memory lane. We build on the shoulders of others. We advance based on decisions that were made years ago. Or we fail if we don't understand the decisions that were made and how they were made and why they were made. You can probably tell I'm a history teacher, right?
Thank you.
But it is true. We have to make decisions that set us up for success. That's what I did in the past 20 years. Set us up for success today. We wouldn't have the restaurants we have today if we hadn't done what we did. And those are important because that's part of an attraction for Carson that we're going to build on. So again, thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very
you all.
much. And to my colleagues, you want a meeting, coordinate with staff for a one-on-one meeting. Thank you again. The next on the agenda is a presentation, I do believe. Proclamation. This is February, and it's Black History Month, and the young lady that I'm bringing forward represents Black history. She is alive. We always look back, but I wanted to recognize someone for Black History Month. It's Lynette Johnson and the Sophisticated Dance Studio. Could you come forward, Lynette, as I start talking about how wonderful you are? Lynette Johnson began dancing at the age of 5 under the direction of Carolyn Skyers. She began her training dance at Dance Wonderland. She began teaching ballet and tap at age 13, and she continued studying throughout high school and graduated with honors from Alexander Hamilton Music Academy. Upon graduating, she was awarded a variety of scholarships, just to name a few: the California Congress of Parents, Teachers, Students Incorporated. And she has been just a valuable tool, a valuable person here in the city of Carson. If you've ever been to any of her performances, you know she puts her time and her talent into what she does. But to have started dancing at 5, she started teaching at 13, and she has been a part of this city for many, many years. And under her leadership, we've seen the young students, men and women, prosper and go on to bigger and better things. And I just wanted to honor you tonight as we celebrate Black History Month, because you are Black history. Thank you so much. And we're going to go down and present you with this. I'll read it when we come down. Do we have a few cameras here to take pictures of our recipient? And she's joined by her husband and her son. Are you doing this next one's harder? I'm in the next one. Okay. Okay, you want to take it down with you? So we read it for next? Yes, we have two. We're going to present one for the heart, but I want to read as you guys start. Well, I'll come down. Hey. Okay. In recognition of the month of February as Black History Month, whereas in 1976, Black History Month was formally adopted to honor and pay tribute to the importance of Black history throughout our American experience. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to reflect on the rich history and teachings of African Americans who have made a significant contribution to modern society. And whereas it is only fitting that we set aside a special time to acknowledge this important segment of citizens of our community and their history and have made an impact on our national, social, scientific and political landscape. And whereas a home to large African American population, the city of Carson takes pride in the countless contributions of important people and events that have added to the character and diversity of our community. And whereas in 2021, history was made not only, they wrote this again. History was not made only in Carson, but in the White House with the election of the first female African American Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and the first African American female to be elected. Oh, I'm in your proclamation. To be elected mayor of the city of Carson, and that of Mayor Lula Davis Holmes in over 50 years. That's me. And whereas on Friday, February 17, 2023 at 6 p.m., the city will celebrate Black History Month with a tribute to Motown featuring live entertainment, some notable Detroit history with a focus on Motown songwriters and the important impact those songs have made on the civil rights movement. Now, therefore, the mayor and the City Council of Carson, California, hereby proclaim the month of February 8th as Black History Month and urge all residents, government officials, educators, and other institutions to recognize the many contributions that African Americans have made and continue to make to our city, state, and nation, and to mark this month with special ceremonies, activities, and programs. And let's give our young lady, Lynette Harris, and her family a round of applause. Sophisticated dance. And to the staff, I'd like her own personal certificate prepared, because I have to frame it and always have it. But you are near and dear. This is a Carson resident, has been with us doing what she does, giving back to the community. And we just want to let you know we love you, and we appreciate everything that you've done, you and your family. I watched you grow up, young man. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. Oh, this is a total surprise. We love the city of Carson. We had the school here in the city of Carson for 22 years and had to close our doors due to the pandemic. But in that, the blessing was, as we were pouring into everyone else's children, our own children were sacrificing. And so during the pandemic, we were able to focus our love and pay attention to what our own children were doing. And so even though we were saddened, I know I was, I still struggle with the fact that we had to close our doors. But I am so blessed that we were given the opportunity to refocus our love and attention on our own. And so my son is a football and track, star. And so we received a scholarship just last Thursday. We will be traveling next week to visit that school. He's going to focus on his track season and see where God leads us in terms of education. So keep us in your prayers. We are blessed to have had the interaction that we had here in the city of Carson. We were able to, thank you, we were able to pour into thousands of children over the 22 years that we had the school here in the city of Carson. And so we won't stop. You can call on me anytime. I'm involved in the preparation of the Black History program. We were involved in the preparation of the Martin Luther King program. Call on me anytime. I'm here. I'm here to support you. Thank you so much.
She knows that I have her on speed dial. And if you have not seen her dance, Oh Mary, Don't You Weep, you have missed a treat. That is one of my favorite choreographed dances, and every time I have something special, and I am having something in May, but I just love for them to come out and perform because it's a testimony of what we have produced here in the city of Carson. So thank you so much. I'm going to let you take this, and we'll take a few photos. But Margie, we will do her own with her name on it. Thank you for coming out. I'm going to ask my colleagues to stay down because we do have another presentation. Councilman Hicks will be doing a presentation. Thank you to the family for coming out. We really appreciate it.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing. Bro, okay. Testing. No, they turned it back off again. Hello. Am I? Can you hear me? Well, good evening, everyone. Here we go. There we go. We're going to celebrate and make recognition for American Heart Month. February is American Heart Month, and we have Diana Boyd, who is the regional director from the American Red Cross, is here to accept this proclamation. And understanding heart disease takes lives. Come on to the middle. Thank you, Diana. Whereas every year, heart disease takes the lives of over 500,000 Americans, and it remains to be the leading cause of death of most groups. Heart disease affects all ages, genders, and ethnicities. Whereas American Heart Month is observed to raise awareness on the importance of healthy heart and to encourage healthy habits and help reduce the risk of heart disease. And whereas heart disease is a devastating epidemic which leaves no one untouched, its victims are fathers, daughters, grandparents, siblings, cherished friends, and community members. Whereas, while genetic or hereditary factors may play a vital part in many of the instances, I'm using the big piece, sight challenge. you get older. Cardiovascular disease, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, physical inactivity, obesity, tobacco use, and alcohol abuse are major factors that can be prevented and controlled. Whereas to take action against heart disease, citizens are encouraged to take balance in nutrition and choices, maintain a healthy weight, and to get active by avoiding tobacco, moderating alcohol consumption, and avoiding with the health care providers to help prevent or treat conditions that can lead to heart disease. Whereas February 1st, 2023 marks the 20th anniversary of Heart American National Red Wear Day and 20 years of fighting to save lives from heart disease and making significant progress along the way. Much work still needs to be done. And now, therefore, the mayor and the city council in the city of California do hereby proclaim the month of February as American Heart Month in the city of Carson and remind all of our citizens of the vital importance of preventative health care and supportive educational programs to help fight against heart disease and stroke. Dated this day, the 7th day of February, 2023, and being given to Diana Boyd.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. Thank you for the recognition and the proclamation. I just wanted to say that here in the United States, every 2 seconds, there's someone who's in need for blood. So we constantly encourage everyone who's eligible to help save a life, save up to 3 lives with every donation. And also with this month in February with American Heart Month, we also encourage those of you who may not already know life-saving skills to get trained in CPR and first aid training. Thank you.
Next, we have oral communications for items listed on the agenda. Or is there anyone requesting to speak on items that are listed on the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a few public comments, one in specific for agenda item number 8.
Number 8,
Yes.
and that is
Lauren Miles.
Lauren Miles. Come forward, please. Is that item number 8? 8 is update on presentation.
Sorry, all I have is this.
Okay. How are you? Which item are you speaking on? Oops.
Item number 8. I have actually 2 items, but this is item number 8. Item.
The presentation?
I'm
that we
sorry?
on the presentation that we just had?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Good
Okay, you
evening,
have-
Madam. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and Madam City Attorney. I'm Lauren Miles, trustee of HCG Trust, the 3rd generation Carson stakeholder. I think the presentation that was made was extremely professional. I think that that it hit a lot of touchstones as a foundation for really turning the city as a potential retail destination. I wanted to share with you that I thought it was a very positive first step for you to really start considering this as an avenue. I say this with a certain degree of experience and knowledge, My background is in strategic planning and branding for the retail industry. My clients were South Coast Plaza, Fashion Island, Santa Monica Place, the City of Santa Monica, and the Visitors Bureau of Santa Monica. And if at any point in the future the city would like my services, which would be completely donated to work in conjunction with any contractor or with the committee, I'm making it available to you. That being said, in addressing the economic future of the city of Carson, I wanted to also point out some challenges, and that is that the gentleman pointed out the potential target industries grouped by major themes. And they were visitor economy, which I think could be developed, clean tech, which I believe is a positive goal to have, but I don't see that being supported presently by the city of Carson, and I don't see the general plan supporting that at this particular time with any definitive planning. Manufacturing, I don't see that being supported presently by the city of Carson or by the general plan that's presently being contemplated. Logistics, absolutely positively not supported by the city of Carson and definitely not included as being supported in the present general plan as presently drafted. Professional creative, I see a great potential here for that. And construction, I would say, is probably most likely not supported here by the city of Carson. So Councilmember Deere mentioned about an economic drought, and Councilmember Hilton. Yes.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Hilton very aptly put right on the pinpoint that if the general plan does not meet the objectives of your economic development plan, they will crash and burn together. I don't mean to be dramatic, but there is no coherence. Please delay the general plan and get your economic development in sync with the general plan, or you're going to have another 20 years of drought.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Madam City Clerk?
Not for agenda items, Madam Mayor.
Okay. How many do we have for non-agenda items?
Four.
Okay. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Oh, approval of the minutes.
No minutes.
Minutes, 0. The consent calendar items 11 through 25. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. And I had wrote on my item.
I'd like to, can I pull?
Pull. Would you like to pull an item?
I'd like to pull item number 17 and item number 18.
17 and 18. Which item was the trucks? I might have a different agenda here. I wrote on my agenda. I mean, not the trucks, the traffic signals. Anyone else like to pull an item?
25 is the traffic signal.
25, I'd like to pull item 25 for a quick and dirty report. Anyone else like to pull? Okay. You don't have?
That's it, Madam Mayor.
That's it?
Yes,
Okay, I
ma'am.
thought we had discussed another one. Okay, we're going to move for the approval of consent calendar with the exception of items 17, 18, and 25. It's been moved and properly second. Cast your votes.
Madam Mayor, you have to vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. MPT, item number 17.
I wanted to particularly pull this item number 17 to yield this opportunity to our city manager. I believe this is the first time in a long time that we had the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year, and I wanted to get a quick and dirty, as you call it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to allow our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, to just give a brief update on this actual particular item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor, MPT, council members. We will present you tonight the final report, hard copies to council as well as to the public. As MPT has mentioned, this is, in my 3 years in Carson, the first time where the finance team was able to finalize the report in a record time. It was finalized in December. The report was wrapped up in January. I would like also to thank the team. The finance team is here. They did a tremendous job. They continue to show a dedication to their work, as well as these reports really are a picture of Carson. As I'm showing here in the city's website is the state of California's auditors ranking of the cities across California. And now for the second year in a row, Carson has been now ranked among the top cities in the state. And I think you can see some of the coloring here. You can see green, yellow, and as well as red. Green means that the cities are fiscally healthy. Yellow are medium risk, and red are high risk. And as you can see here, Carson is in green. It's a low risk. Carson now is ranked among the top cities health-wise in fiscal stability. The report also on page 5 shows the city's reserve. I think you can take a look. As of June, our reserve now is at about $108 million. I'm not going to say historic because I think we used that last year. I think we're going to say unprecedented. We have about $88 million cash surplus available for the city. And these reports that shows every year to the state. But it's really not me. It's the entire team behind me here. I don't want to steal the show. I'm going to present to you the acting accounting manager, Nin, as well as the senior accountant, Pat. They did all the work, so I'm not going to steal the show. And if you have any questions for them.
Tariq, at our next council meeting, we will be doing a chart on our financials and where we are standing.
Yes, on next council meeting will be the mid-year budget. I think the $107 million is as of June last year. I think next meeting is going to show different number, much higher number, and we will explain those numbers at the meeting.
And to my residents that's listening, it's the first time in the history of the city of Carson.
I would like to introduce the staff too. You guys come on in.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
say that again.
It's the first time in the history of the city of Carson that we have a budget surplus of $108 million. And I want to thank the staff, and that's being for what we've done in the last couple of years to make sure that we received what was due the city of Carson. And also, I'd like our residents to know that we were in line for the most friendly city. We all went to that event not too long ago. We were there. So when people say we're not friendly, we were in the running. I think we came in second or somewhere, but that's the closest we've been. So staff, you're doing an excellent job. And I'm just excited about this $108 million. I'm just excited. We normally float around 25 million. We have an 108.
Give or take.
Give or take on a good day or bad day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jess.
Is that it?
I just wanted to pull that to appreciate our staff, to highlight our staff. Even though they just walked up and didn't say anything, we want to recognize our staff. Through the city manager, we would like to recognize. Could that staff stand up? I know they can't see them on TV, but we just want to see you and you.
Stand up, staff.
And the rest,
everybody.
If you have to say, if we could, Mayor Pro Tem, we also have the rest of our finance team, and I'd love for them to stand and be able to be recognized because they all put in the work, they all put in the effort, and it's all been a collective effort from that team to really bring to you all this healthy budget and have this strong financial city.
Teamwork.
Thank you. Team, could you come and
Teamwork.
stand in front of the podium so we could see you on the camera?
Yeah, come
stand
forward
in
to the
front of the
come
podium.
forward to the stadium,
come down.
They're being
team.
shy.
Can they come down to the front?
Yeah, they're coming down to the front.
Yeah,
Come on,
that's
team.
So that the residents can see you.
right.
See these bright and shiny faces.
People who do the work.
They don't want to be seen. They're scared. Come on, staff.
You're on TV. Tariq,
You
could you
said nobody
introduce them?
recognize you. We're recognizing you.
I think our city treasurer should stand with these folks. He should work hand in hand with them.
Absolutely, our city treasurer.
That would
And
be Monica Cooper by name.
Everybody that deals with our money. There we go.
We can't see all of you guys.
So, if I could, Madam Mayor, is it okay, just real brief, if Miss Pat, because she's one of our more tenured employees in finance, could she just give you a brief update and say a few things to you all?
Please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, member of the City Council and City Management. On behalf of the accounting team, I would like to say thank you to your support. Thank you to all of you for your support, for your encouragement, and particularly our Deputy City Manager, Tariq Ramani, for your trust and confidence that you have vested in us to help us accomplish our work assignment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Mayor, Pat has been here. She was here when I was an employee, and that she always kept me on point with budget, so she does know the numbers.
We've all
Not to
been through it
mention
together.
our employees, when they got all those wonderful retro checks that the council approved, it's because this team stayed during the Christmas holiday, worked through that so everybody could have those. And so they've really put in the time and work. So we just really appreciate them.
I just
So
say thank you for that.
Thank you.
You did.
Thank you.
They're a popular group.
Thank you. To our city manager, I think I've requested this 100 times. Could we have a photographer here at our meetings? If we're gonna do presentations, I'd just like some professional, thank you to our aides, but I'd like to see some professional people to take these photos.
Yes, ma'am. We will. The next meeting, we will have our
Please.
photographer here.
If we're doing presentations, we should
have
have
two,
someone.
I think we put in for. So yes, we'll have those two.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
question.
Councilman.
Through the city manager to his staff, maybe finance manager or a deputy city manager, Tariq could answer a couple questions on his report.
Sure, by all means, if it's the council's pleasure.
Okay, you either sit there or go to the podium, whatever works best for you.
Yes, Councilmember Deere.
Yeah, so I've had the opportunity to observe the budget many times over the years, and this is spectacular. We have $108 million in reserves, $88 million in cash. This doesn't happen overnight, but it seems to be, from what I observe, a confluence of positive things happening, positive circumstances as well. So how much of this is one-time money?
A very good question, Councilmember Deere.
Is your microphone on?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Yes. So the $88 million surplus, all of it is designated as unrestricted balance, one-time money for the city council to invest. The ongoing revenues, which our forecast shows, is about $104 million. $140 million is an annual revenue we receive.
140?
104.
104.
4 million.
Thank you.
That's what we projected for this fiscal year. And the $104 million is an ongoing revenue, including taxes, Measure K, Measure R, UUT, and that's the money that offset the ongoing operations and projects. These two offset each other, but the $88 million is a standalone cash available for the city to reinvest.
Excellent, very good. Okay, thank you for answering that question.
You're
Because
welcome.
that's a clarification I think needs to be made.
And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tariq,
Yes.
could you explain what Measure K, each of them are, one was the UUT, that's ongoing. The other is the oil tax,
Correct.
which is ongoing. And the other one is the sales tax, the 10 and a quarter when we raised, which is ongoing. And that's projected about $14 million annually. And the UUT, if I'm not mistaken, is $14 million annually. And the oil tax is another, what, 20, 30 million annually? That's going to be coming to us
Correct.
annually.
Correct.
And not everybody supported it, but the residents did. So
Correct,
thank
Madam
you.
Mayor. The measure R is the latest measure we had, and that's to remove the sunset from the utility users tax. I passed with one of the highest yes percentage, probably across the state, 78% or maybe 74% said yes, and that's about $9 million annual budget. In 2020, November 3rd or November 8th, I believe, 2020, that's Measure K, and that's the transaction and use tax, not the general sales tax.
Right.
And that's for me one of the interesting new revenue sources that we've been monitoring, myself and our senior budget analyst Ralston. Initially, we thought that Measure K will bring about $14 million. That's during the pandemic. Our forecast for the 2021-2022 fiscal year was about the same, $14 million, because we thought the economy is going to slowly come back into some normalcy. Our numbers right now shows about $18.7 million. That's $4 million higher than what we anticipated. General sales tax continues to be steady in the range of $21 to $23 million. I haven't, since I've been in Carson about 3-4 years, I haven't seen that changed with all the information we have about major recession or potential recession. It looks to me that the economy in Carson is so diverse that there are sectors that can sustain recession while other sectors are kind of going through the business cycle. The Measure C, the 2018, I believe, 2017 oil tax, we forecasted 20. I think the city established $20 million. That did not come through actuals, the fiscal year 17-18, which triggered an audit. And myself and our city manager and our city attorney, we're working diligently on that revenue. We have confidence that that forecast will change. We can't really make a lot of change to it until we check a lot of legal boxes there to make sure that we're not really putting an over-optimistic revenue that may potentially be challenged. But me personally, based on the work we've done as our audit team, I feel very confident that $4 million can potentially go much higher. What you see in the surplus is not only because we are looking at efficiencies in our expenses. The finance team really work really hard to look at the revenues too. We look at our taxes and how business is supposed to pay, and we continue to find money that should have been paid to the city years ago, trying to get it back to the city.
And I just really want to thank the finance team because there has been a lot of money that has been left on the table that is owed to the city, and I have challenged our team to look in the books and find out where it is. I know we're looking at it where the franchise tax
Oil
fee,
franchise, yes.
that's coming up next. We have monies that has not been paid to the city. And to our residents, this $108 million, $80 million, that's going to go back. And so when you start complaining about your trees not being trimmed and your streets not being swept, it's because we didn't have the finance. We do have it right now, and our teams are out working around the clock to address some of your concerns, your infrastructure. Our infrastructure was falling apart, and everyone was saying, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, we should put... This is a community that is a partnership with business and the community. So I'm excited about the fact that we do have revenue coming into the city to help us maintain our infrastructure, get our trees trimmed and our streets slurry sealed and other things that are going on. You will notice that we're doing a major renovation in the community center and here at City Hall. So I'm just excited about what is going to happen and what is happening right now at the moment. So I just want to say thank you again to the staff. And yes, I'm excited for the first time in the history of the city. we have that kind of a revenue. And I know you'll be going into more details next week.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item number 18, MPT.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to pull this because I think that it's very important just for the residents' edification or just in full transparency that we are considering establishing a $100,000 reward for the information leading to the capture and arrest and conviction of the driver of the second vehicle related to the death of Jamal Freeman in the city of Carson on January 3rd, 2023. That happened right here at about 220th and Avalon. And we just wanted to make it known that there's $100,000 awaiting for the person who gives us the information to the person that they're sleeping with, to the person that they're living with, to the person that they're eating dinner with, because someone knows something. And we wanted to let them know that there's $100,000 available for that person. So we suggest that you call and help us arrest and convict the person who heinously killed Jamal Freeman. So there's a $100,000 reward, and we wanted to point that out. Usually when money is involved, people talk a little faster. So it is our hope that you would do the same thing for the arrest, the conviction, and the capture of the person who killed Jamal Freeman. I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention.
Thank you, MPT.
Madam Mayor?
To the, just a second, Councilman. To the city manager, can we ask the sheriff captain to do a press release or media so we can have the family come forward? I asked this to go on the agenda because that family, this is their second or third loss. The sisters have lost. We all lose family, but I just want to reach out to them and let them know that we are concerned. Same as with the Love family. We did the same thing for the Love family and other families.
We'll do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And the Beezer family.
And the Beezer family. We did the same thing for them, other families that have come forward. Councilman Deere.
Yes, if the council, Mayor Pro Tem would put his comments in the form of a motion, I would second his motion.
I would like to make a motion that we consider establishing a $100,000 reward for the information leading to the capture, arrest, and conviction of the driver of the second vehicle related to the death of Jamal Freeman in the city of Carson on January 3rd, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Item number 25. I'd like a quick and dirty report, Mr. City Manager. It's just to let our residents know that we've heard you, and this is what we have in motion right now on the traffic signals throughout the city of Carson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Assistant City Manager, John Raymond's going to give a brief, as you say, Madam Mayor, quick and dirty on the items for the traffic signals.
So, Madam Mayor, this is a project that the city has applied for a grant from Metro to do, and it is for the improvement of 6 traffic signals kind of near or affected by the 110 freeway. And the locations are at Figueroa Street and Victoria Street, Figueroa Street at 223rd, Figueroa Street at 234th Street, Main Street at Albertoni, Main Street at 220th, and Main Street at Victoria. This project is about has an estimated cost of about $2.8 million. This would be the approval of the plans and specs for that to allow us to go to bid. We would not actually go out to bid until we have the grant agreement from Metro for the second part of the grant, which is I think it's an additional $2.3 million. We have $1.5 million originally granted by Metro, and we expanded the project. And so when we get that, which ought to be in the next couple of weeks, we'll go out to bid, and we'll be bidding that work out, hopefully this spring.
Repeat the locations one more time. Residents,
Yeah.
are you listening?
So it's Figueroa at Victoria, Figueroa at 223rd, Figueroa at 234th, Main Street in Albertoni, Main Street at 220th Street, and Main Street at Victoria. And the project is basically to help with the signal phasing and I think some of the turning movements at those intersections, because during rush hour, they're very heavily impacted by traffic going on and coming off the 110 freeway. And so this is really, it's to benefit the community as it's affected by the freeway.
Thank you. And do we have any information, update on the Diamonddale and the Tamcliff since the last meeting?
So I think the Tejada and Delamo project came to you a couple of weeks ago. We're in both of those signals at Diamonddale and Central and Tejada and Delamo. The contract was awarded to Crosstown Electrical, I think, and they got in working and we discovered, even though we had done potholing, some utility conflicts. And what it meant was that the signal itself had to be moved, and then I think in the case of Tejada, had to be redesigned. It needed a longer mast arm, and there were other changes to it. So I think with the approval on the Tejada, we're able to go back and kind of reorder the mast arm. And I think the work is when it arrives, it's a long lead time item. I think it's intended or expected to start back up in May, and the project will be done this summer. My understanding, I think the Central and Diamonddale is a similar problem, and I think it's a similar time frame in that we've had to reorder. I think reorder mast arm, redesign, reorder mast arm, and the work would start again later this spring. I think it's in May to be done at the end of the summer, August or September.
I know we gave a report last time, but it's always good to hear it again.
Yeah, it is. It's and we understand that these are really high profile and really significant intersections. The council's been asking for, I know, several years about these signals.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
I just wanted to add on to this project. What I did not see, and maybe staff can answer this question, will the locations that listed in this report have left turning lanes, left turning lane light for the signals?
Yeah.
Because that's what's been really remiss in many of the lights that we install. It does not have that left turning signal.
It really reduces accidents.
Sure. And Councilmember Hicks, to your request, it was advised that was supposed to be implemented, that left turn signal for the specific intersection that you first sent over. And I'm trying to remember the streets now.
That was Central and University, but that was that was a redesign. But the one at Tejada and Delamo needs to have a left turning signal.
Tejada and Delamo is the request, and so that's supposed to be implemented because that was also a concern of some of the residents as well as the university, not to mention about the university.
Okay.
I guess because of the most recent unfortunate accident that had occurred.
Yeah.
And so that's what was what prompted the action and movement. So it's supposed to be implemented. So I haven't heard anything differently that it wasn't going to be.
Okay. Thank you.
And then just as a point of clarification too, Madam Mayor, we'll have those items those 6 traffic signals, we'll have them listed on the city's website so residents can also see that there to see those are in completion and those that are coming up to completion.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just add one thing on signals? Work has started at the signal at Stamps and Delamo, which is at the right at the Evolve Apartments and the in our site, the 157-acre site. So
what's the name of that street again? You said it's Stamps?
Stamps.
That's the name of it now, or?
Well, it's Stamps is the street that comes off of Delamo, and it's like the loop street that goes through. And
at one point it was Leonardo,
yeah,
but it's Stamps.
and Leonardo and
So
Stamps.
the
Yeah,
security shed
okay.
is.
Yeah. And so the Evolve Apartments paid a large traffic fee, when they were entitled, and so that fee is actually what's paying for the installation of those signals. So that work is started a cruiser out potholing on our side, again for the location of the poles, the hold the mast arm. So the folks at Evolve are going to be very happy.
Great.
Because they can get in and out without risking their lives on Delano. So.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I have a
Councilman.
couple questions as well. I've asked this question before on other sites of locations of traffic signal installations, but are all of these traffic signals the modern high-tech sensor activated, meaning if there's pedestrians or vehicles wanting to say they're headed south on Tejada to Del Amo Boulevard, they want to turn left, it'll activate the signal, allowing them to get a safe left turn, as opposed to no pedestrians or no vehicles, allowing east-west traffic to flow smoothly. Are they activated by vehicles and or pedestrians? And if there are none present, does it allow the traffic to flow?
So my understanding is that when traffic signals are installed, they're always installed with the loop. You see the loop when they put it in front of a signal, and that's where the sensor is for a vehicle. For a pedestrian, it's usually the button.
Yes.
They press the button. The city is part of the county's intelligent transportation system, which uses. You approved last year a grant for cameras on the traffic signal cameras that are part of that, but all of the signals in LA County are basically synchronized, and so it sort of works, and it's all controlled at Metro, at the Metro headquarters,
including ours.
Yeah, and it's really for air quality, and it's for traffic management and reduction of travel times and things like that. It's not solely intended to make traffic on Del Amo flow smoothly and everyone else has to wait. I mean, obviously, the reason you put a loop in is so that the signal knows that there's somebody waiting, and then it sort of times it for it to open. And so it shouldn't be that somebody, coming down Tejada and getting to Del Amo has to sit, and there's no mechanism that understands that there's a car there and to change the light. So all the modern signals, all new signals, go in with with that kind of detection.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second. Oh.
Please cast your votes.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 26 is a special order today. It's a public hearing to consider resolution number 23029, a resolution of the City Council of Carson, California, acting its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, Maintenance and Services, approving annexation of number 12, Dominguez Commerce Center for property located at 2001 East Dominguez Street and 20740 South Wilmington Avenue, APN 73180212-018 and 73818-012-020 with the future annexation area. City Council. Madam City Clerk, was the hearing properly noticed?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The property owner, BSREP III Dominguez LLC, submitted the unanimous approval consent letter to the City of Carson, requesting for annexation into the City of Carson Community Center Facilities District number 2018-01, Maintenance and Services. There are no noticing nor publication requirements required for this item beyond the Brown Act.
Thank you. Report from staff, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we'll have this report presented to you by our Community Development Director, Mr. Saeed Nasseh.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a routine annexation to the citywide CFD, which was established by the City Council.
You're not speaking in the mic. I can't hear you.
Which was, I'm sorry, I'm under the weather a little bit, which was established by City Council in 2018. And it's for the property located on Dominguez and Wilmington. It's a 430,000 square foot industrial building in a heavy industrial zone. And the property is about 16 acres, and the CFD proceeds are going to be about $62,000 annually. That completes staff's report.
Is there any questions from my colleagues? Hearing none. Open the public hearing. Do we need to open the public hearing? No, for the special order?
No,
No.
it's
Okay.
not that type of public hearing.
No comments from colleagues? Entertain a motion to,
Madam Mayor, I'll move that we waive, did you close the public hearing?
we didn't have to open.
You didn't have to open. Okay, well, I'll make a motion then to move our council meeting forward. Waive further reading and adopt resolution number 23-029, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, maintenance and services, approving annexation number 12, Dominguez Commerce Center, for property located at 2001 East Dominguez Street and 20740 South Wilmington Avenue, APN 7318-012-018 and 7318-012-020 within the future annexation area.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Could you cast your vote, please?
Is this an invitation here?
Councilman,
Thank you.
it's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Item number 27, consider rescinding council policy number 1.102, introducing an ordinance repealing section 2419 of the Carson Municipal Code and approving a revised council policy number 1.45 related to restrictions on council members' mass mailings and town hall meetings at the public's expense. Madam City Attorney, you have had the opportunity, your staff, to look at this and come up with recommendations.
Yes, I believe staff came up with it. Mr. Lennox, did you work on this with Ben, or did Ben just work on this himself?
Just Ben himself, I believe.
Okay,
yeah.
what number was it?
It's item number 27.
Sorry,
And while you're looking for that, at the, when we talked about this, MPT and I on the subcommittee, we had requested that staff look into what other cities that were doing, that were in districts. I didn't see that included in this report. And I know we're treading through some new waters. Is it possible for us to rescind policy number 1.102 and then bring back the remainder once you guys in the next week find what the other cities are doing and kind of tweak the, it's our desire, the subcommittees, to rescind the existing policy, but to also come back and see what other cities are doing as it relates to districts. Is that correct?
I would suggest that the council rescinds and adopts a new policy, because if you just adopt, that's not only dealing with flyers and mailers, there's other issues addressed in there, and you don't want to have a void not having, because on the flyers and mailers, you can revert back to state law, but that has other issues addressing within the city, and you don't want to create a state of chaos for your staff where they don't have any direction.
Is 2 weeks, the next council meeting, will that give us time to bring this back in its entirety?
Sure, we can look at what other
Okay,
cities are
so-
doing during that time frame.
Okay, because I think we need to find out what other
Sure.
cities are doing that are in districts and then bring this back so we can move forward. It's been laying around about a year.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to continue this item until the next meeting? Is that good? Okay.
Madam Mayor, continuing is fine. I just have a quick question, however. So the commonly called 199 rule is a state statute, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we maybe are a little more restrictive in Carson, but if we remove the restrictions, we still have to abide by the state law.
Absolutely, and I actually don't think it's more restrictive than the state. It's
Yeah, I just read the staff report.
It's a little bit, yeah. I mean, we can talk about it. The only thing that it's a little bit more restrictive is with respect to pictures.
I see. Okay, and I also, like my colleagues, received a revised version and then another revised version, both tonight.
Is that on?
One's much thicker than the other. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's single pages or double pages. I hope that's all it is.
Yeah,
Okay, but.
those are just multiple.
Sure, continuing it. Is it till the
Mr.
next council
City
meeting,
Manager
Madam Mayor?
saying they're identical.
Excuse me, thank you, Councilman Deere. They're just, and City Attorney for stepping in. They're just, yeah, those are just duplicate copies.
The same, yeah. So, Madam Mayor, did you decide to continue it to the next council meeting or when?
Is this, yeah, to continue to the next council meeting so we can get more information.
What
as-
other cities are doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
That's a
find
good
out what
idea.
other cities are doing. The subcommittee wants to find out what other cities are doing. And then we can still move forward with what because we're in districts now. And so if we need to operate as though we're in districts, is my opinion. So that's what this was about. And then the other agenda which you made revisions on, is that the same? That's not the same. Is that the same agenda? This? Yeah,
The-
27, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, okay. So without any objection, we're going to continue this until the next meeting. Item number 28. Item number 28 is a discussion and review of the city's 55th anniversary planning and ad hoc committees update on the, as requested by Councilman Hicks. Mr. Hicks, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you today, I wanted to bring updated information regarding the City of Carson celebrating its 55th anniversary. Understanding that this council approved $257,000 towards celebration of the city's gala celebration in the city, which incorporated the Gala Ball, Street Fair, and Tour de Carson. What I've distributed right now, everyone should have received a flyer along with the invitation for the upcoming Gala Ball, which is on February the 25th. There you go, Madam Mayor, and the invitations are right next to it.
Thank you.
And the Gala Ball is on February the 25th. Side note, that is my birthday. So,
It's your party.
Happy birthday and happy
so
anniversary.
thanks to the city, I'm having a very huge party for my 61st birthday.
Go, Luther.
That's nice.
Keep moving forward. And that one of the key things I wanted to do on this committee, and it's not just myself, I'm one of the co-chairs for the ad hoc committee along with my colleague, Councilwoman Arlene Rojas, who's also the co-chair on this as well, that I'm on the fundraising committee, and one of the key areas I wanted as a goal to raise about $100,000 towards the offset cost for this upcoming celebration for the entire year. As of to date, we have $118,730,000 that has been
Very good.
raised to offset the cost, and we're continuing to receive funds as we speak today. Give you the dates of the upcoming events, and with that, we added a couple other events based upon our community meetings that we have on the, I think it's the third Thursday of every month. I think it's the third Thursday of every month on a Thursday. The third Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Carson Community Center. And what we did, we added the Gala Ball, which is on Saturday, February the 25th, Street Fair, which is on July 29th, which is on Carson Street between Bonita and Avalon Boulevard. The street will be shut down and made a street fair for the entire residents to come out, and it's free for the entire public to come out for. It's a family event, a fun event, and a safe event. Then we're doing a Tour de Carson, which is on Saturday, August the 12th, which is a 19-mile ride through the city. The city is a 19 square miles, if you want to say it's square out of 19, but it's a 19 square mile. We're going to actually meander through the entire city for a bike ride as Tour de Carson on the Saturday, August the 12th. Then we're going to do a 5K walk run, which is going to be Saturday on May the 6th. It's close to somebody's birthday.
You doing what on my birthday party?
We're going to walk and run on May the 6th, and that's going to be a 5K is considered 3 miles. And I guess the mayor's going to be out there doing a quick 3 mile.
What time is this?
In the morning. It's in the morning. It's morning. It's morning. And we're incorporating Carson High School because Carson High School is celebrating its 60th anniversary. So we're going to utilize Carson High School in connecting with City Hall to create the route from that location back. If you actually walk from Carson High School to the community center here at City Hall and walk back to Carson High School is exactly 3 miles.
Oh, perfect.
So then the last one is a golf tournament that's going to be on May the 19th. The location is at the Lakewood Country Club, and we're looking for four people to actually be a group to actually make teams up, foursomes, and to come out and have a good time. Again, that we have our big committee. If you want to come and volunteer and be a part of it, every third Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. at the Carson Community Center, we have our meeting at the community center. So those who want to come out, if you are interested in being part of any of the subcommittees, the Gala Ball meets every Wednesday at 12 noon, that's here at the community center or by way of Zoom. The Street Fair meets every third Wednesday at 11 a.m. by way of Zoom as well. And the Tour de Carson is every Thursday, same day as the 55th Anniversary Planning Committee, but it's at 2 p.m. And it's also by way of Zoom. And then the 5K walk is on Thursdays at 3 p.m. and the golf tournament is every second Wednesday until we move it probably to another date thus far and make it in place. What I wanted to do and put it out there today that wanting us to be on the map by having us in the Guinness Book of World Records. So at the actual street fair, we are working on putting the largest line dance that the city of Carson can put on. We have to get over 600 people together to do a line dance. So
You
we're
got
working on a
Guinness Book of
committee.
World Records there?
World record for Guinness Book. Right now, the world record is about 516 people. I'm targeting 600 people to make it a little bit harder for the next one to come behind us, so it's not as easy to try to break our record. But we're working on that as well for the upcoming event. And I'm looking for volunteers to come out and help and making sure that we have all of our staff involved. I know it's been pretty much a staff-driven project with our council aides being some involved and some not being involved, but I just want to make sure this is not just an event that's being put on by one or two or council purposes. This is for the entire city. So all of our council should be involved with it. All of our council aides should be involved with it and be a part of it to make sure this is a success. Our city treasurer, our city clerk has both been involved with this, collecting the money, going out shaking the trees, being more involved with it than you probably ever know that the clerk and the treasurer could be involved. And I'm very grateful for their support and what they've done thus far. But again, for those who are out there, we're doing this. The city is turning 55. The city of Carson, and people can't believe that the city is that young. We thought the city was an old city. No, it's not an old city. It's a young city. So we're celebrating. We're going to be doing the Gala Ball. And by the way, I'm sorry for those who have not purchased their tickets already. It is already sold out. Over 560 seats. We kind of squeezed in to about 600 seats, but we cannot go any bigger than what we have now. But it has sold out because that's how much energy has been put into making sure we have this representation of our city, and the entertainment represents all of the genres of our community. So those who got their tickets, you're blessed. Those who didn't, I'm sorry, but look us again in 5 years. That'll be the 60th, Madam Mayor.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Hicks. Councilman Hicks and I have been working around the clock on this ball. This ball is going to be fabulous. It's a formal event. The food is there. Yeah, you have your tuxedo. And we're looking for everyone to be in formal attire, gowns, the whole 9 yards. This is our way of celebrating our 55th anniversary. When we had our 50th, it sold out also. We had our 45th because we've taken it to a different level. It's not coming in your jeans and listen to the DJ, okay? So if you missed it, you're gonna miss a treat. We'll have it on on cable, so you can watch it. But to staff, the invitations are lovely. I want to thank you. I do have a request. Margie left? Okay. Okay. This flyer has everything but the time. Has no time on it.
They left the time off.
Who, what, when, where, and why. Follow those, you'll make it happen. So before I don't think we need to do anything, but and we don't need any more volunteers for the ball. Thank you very much. We do have a committee, but I do want to say that, and the councilman alluded to it, but not all council aides are working on this event. And the ones that did work, we put them to task. And Councilman Deere, is there a particular reason why your aide is not working?
He's working.
On the ball.
Working right now.
On the ball.
I think that he is doing something for the ball. He isn't doing the fundraising,
Okay.
but other aspects he is.
I'm
To
there.
the best of my knowledge at this point.
Yeah, I'm
I could
just
ask.
letting you know, please.
Sure,
Because
we can
we've all
find
had
out.
our meetings, and I've been there, and the councilman's been there, and the other aides have been there. And they've been doing a stellar job. We tasked them with getting ads and helping us raise the money. That's why we're at 100 or what, 100?
118.
118,000.
15,000. And that is to help us offset the cost of this. And I want to thank the business community for coming out. It's unfortunate that we need a bigger facility because we could have gotten more ads, but we have nowhere for them to sit. That's a nice problem to have, but there are more businesses that want to come and participate. Well, if you sell an ad for 10,000, I don't have anywhere for you to sit. So we've asked staff to not solicit anymore for this event, but for the events that are coming up, they can participate. The brochure is going to be fabulous. Our door prizes are fabulous. And I just want to thank the city clerk and our city treasurer also. We're going to go back and revisit. We're putting together a historical book because we have one, but the idea is to take it to where we are now, because all the books and all the history that's out there deals with something that happened in 1968 or something. So we want to put together milestones for each year of our 55th anniversary, but we want to make sure that it's nice. So even though we're not going to have it ready because of time, it has to be something that when our sister city visits us, or we have guests from outside the city, that we give them that instead of a lapel pin. This is a history of the city of Carson, so they can take back to their country or any special guest. So it has to be, you guys started the process, but we're going to tweak it and make it, we're going to Lularize it. So I just want to say thank you to the councilman. Councilwoman, you've been involved in some of the planning aspects of this. I'm going to remove myself now that the ball is over. I'm out of there. So you'll be working with the councilman, and all our colleagues should be all have something to some part of this.
They can take on anyone they want to.
We love the street fair. We
So
love a
that's,
portion of
Madam
the
Mayor, I have a
street fair.
question.
Yes.
So there's an ad hoc committee of Councilwoman Rojas and Councilman Hicks.
They're the
But we can help as well. We just won't be at the meetings because we don't want a Brown Act violation.
I think what the councilman is saying, that on these 3 events, he would like someone to take those events and run lead on them or do something, because
Okay, Councilman Hicks, I'll help out with the street fair and/or the is it a 5K?
It's a 5K.
But there's no bicycle aspect to
A
it?
Tour de Carson. There's a Tour de Carson. The bike ride is a 19-mile bike ride.
Okay, so that's separate.
Yes,
The Tour de Carson
separate.
is separate, okay.
Yes.
But since we're on that subject, when you do the street fair, there's one neighborhood that has a primary entrance and exit right onto Carson Street. That's Park Avalon Mobile Home Park.
It's
Now,
already been
years past, there were-
identified. We have an actual street blockage, and we have a street team that's going to be working to make sure they have egress and egress out of there, so there won't be blocked at all.
So I just want to remind the staff that they can talk to the management of that park. in the past, there was another entrance on Bonita Street to that mobile home park. I think some years ago it was blocked off, but I don't know if it's something that can be opened again to allow the residents to go in and out of their neighborhood onto Bonita Street temporarily during the street fair. I don't know if the staff can address the park
Councilman-
management about that idea, so they don't get
Councilman-
blocked in.
You have so much information, we're gonna let you run lead on that project.
Okay.
Okay, and therefore,
I
the
can help
committee
with
is
that.
set because
Sure.
I think you have the expertise in that area, and it'd be nice if you ran lead on it to help them out. Which one were you interested in, MPT?
He got it. He got the street fair.
He wanted the street fair. MPT wanted the street
Okay.
fair.
He's on the tour, the bike.
The tour de Carson, the
He's
tour.
doing tour de Carson, but
I
street
thought
fair.
he
I'm going to participate in everything.
We're gonna participate, but
To help
Councilman,
plan it, I'll help, sure. Street fair was
I
one
mean, we
that
can
I
do
just
golf.
talked
I can
about.
do the golf tournament.
you
Yeah,
wanna
the
work with
golf.
staff on that?
I will let her work with the staff on the golf tournament. I don't know how to golf, but
So what
know how
I'm
to
really
bring
trying to
people
do is get
together.
all of the, of my colleagues involved in some aspect.
Yes.
Councilman, I worked on the ball, and he's doing his, and Arlene has been his co-chair. So that's where we're moving. We have enough time, but the ball is set in concrete and done. So the other aspects we can move on. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been involved. You guys have been working around the clock on this ball, and even though it's only 560 people, it takes a lot of planning to get it where we want to showcase City of Carson 55th. We're 55 years old. Okay, thank you, but staff, these invitations are nice. Councilman? Is that it? It's a receiving file? Okay. So you have your notes, who's helping you out, right? Item number 29, consideration of only the local uncontested appointees to the city commissions, commissions, and boards. Councilwoman, I know you're complete. You're complete on yours, right? Your appointments to the commissions and boards. You're done. Me too. Councilman Hilton, you're complete? Uncontested.
You said Hilton, and you're looking at me.
I said Hilton, look that way.
I know they look alike, but their personalities are really different.
I'm complete.
You're complete, Councilman? MPT? For sure?
For sure.
Looking at the reports, we're doing pretty good as far as, Councilman Deere, are you complete?
Yes, I'm ready.
I mean, are you ready to appoint?
Yes. As
Okay.
soon as you're ready, I'm ready.
Okay, we've been, just a second, we've been looking at all the report, if you look at the reports, the ones that have not been in attendance, Mr. City Manager, any commissioner that has not been in attendance is not coming. We need to bring those forward because we should have a quorum with all these committees and commissions, so.
Madam Mayor, is that in the staff report?
No, I'm kind of,
Oh.
it's appointments,
get
it's on the same subject. So I'd like you to kind of circle a wagon again. Most of them are have been meeting, but public safety, they have not been meeting. And the youth commission. They're all meeting in person, aren't they?
Yes, Madam Mayor, they are all meeting in person now,
Mhm.
and the ordinances establishing each of them does spell out the procedure for when folks don't attend, and there is a
Please.
form. Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I think they're automatically removed. We don't act to remove them, they remove themselves by not
that
showing
true?
up.
They haven't been doing that.
So through the mayor and the city manager, what did the assistant city manager say?
Yes,
Mr.
sir,
Lennox?
that is correct. They are removed. However, I think the request is just to bring back a list of those that have then been vacated due to their
Right.
non-attendance.
Right, exactly, because once all the uncontested are appointed, the rest of them are recommended by the mayor, which is myself, and ratified by the council. I need to know what we have. And it was only a few that have not been meeting. It's only public safety, public works, and the youth commission. The rest of them have been meeting,
So they haven't been meeting yet, so there's no
for
attendance
lack of a
issue.
quorum.
Right. Okay, I'm ready, if you
Go
are.
for it.
Okay. To the Economic Development Commission, I'm going to reappoint Mr. Nassar Wattar. To the Environmental Commission, I'm going to reappoint Mr. William Coons. To the Human Relations Commission, I am reappointing Ms. Tina Keeley, who spoke tonight at our council meeting. To Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission, reappointing Kisa Hilliard. To the Planning Commission, I'm reappointing Mr. Louis Diaz. To the Public Relations Commission, Ms. Dorothy Ross, I'm reappointing her. To the Public Safety Commission, I'm reappointing Mr. Dobart. To Public Works Commission, reappointing Mr. James Calhoun. To Senior Citizens Advisory Commission, reappointing Mira Ronquillo. To the Veteran Affairs Commission, I'm reappointing Mr. Robert Boyd. To the Women's Issues Commission, I'm reappointing Ms. Faye Coons. And to the Youth Commission, Mr. Miguel Domingo. And that's all for commissions, committees, and boards. We do have, we do have, that's commissions. Boards and committees, through Measure C, Measure K Budget Oversight Committee, reappointing Nora Mamoli. To Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board, reappointing Mr. Daniel Valdez. To Relocation Appeals Board, reappointing Tancredo June Garay Jr. And special committees, I'm reappointing myself to the General Plan Advisory
I
Committee.
don't think we're on those. It says commission, committees, and boards.
Pardon me?
I don't think those, was that included in this report? No. And you don't appoint yourself to that one?
Well, yeah, Madam Mayor, I think you were requesting for uncontested appointments.
Uncontested appointments.
For commissions, I'm sorry, committees.
Committees, yeah,
and
not the
boards.
special. And you don't
Well,
reappoint.
it's uncontested, so I included it, but in any case, it is what it is. And that's all. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're waiting on you, MPT. Then we'll
Thank
put this in bed.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we sure will.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that concludes the items on the agenda, isn't it? Oral communications for members for non-agendized items. Do we have anyone requesting to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 4. Do you want the sheets or you want me to call them?
You can call them.
Okay. April Jackson. Good evening. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Okay.
Hi. I'm so nervous.
Madam Mayor, are you going to do memorial adjournments after that? Okay, because on the agenda, they had it printed differently.
Okay, hi, Madam Holmes and Mayor, the councilwoman, and Mayor. I'm my voice, sorry. My name is April Jackson, and this is for the agenda for the 21st of the trucking. I have a truck storage. I am a resident of Carson. I bought my house 28 years ago. My truck storage has been on Carson for like 17 years. All my kids went to Carson. My grandkids go to Carson School. And I'm just, here that it would affect me if I would have to move my truck store that is going to be on the agenda on the 21st. And that's what I had to say.
Give more information to our city manager. I know this came up a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So discuss it with our city manager.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I think what she's highlighting and explaining is a part of the general plan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And, yes.
Oh, you're talking about the general plan?
Yes.
Okay. Our city manager will get with you.
Okay. I thank you.
Cherry Lester. Good evening. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mayor Holmes,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton, Councilman Jim Deere, and other council members. My name is Cherry Lester, and I'm a resident of the city of Carson for over 30 years now. And I would just like to add about that ball that's coming up. I attended the other five years ago. It was fabulous, and I'll be there this time too. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here on a matter that concerns our neighborhood. I live on Loyola in University Heights, and the reason I'm here is because an incident occurred over probably 15 years ago to me. I fell on the sidewalk. I broke my hand, and I did fill out a claim, and it was just dropped more than once. The investigator came out, and he took pictures of everything, my shoes included, and the sidewalk, and he said, it looks like the city of Carson is at fault. I will process your claim. I'm bringing this up again because nothing has ever been done. That sidewalk is still raised. Children fall on it all the time. And my neighbor recently, I'm a senior citizen now. I was 15 years younger then. I don't want to fall again. She almost fell walking her dog. And she came to me about it because she knew I had incurred a very serious break. I have not regained permanent use of my right hand. I have a permanent disability. I can use it some, but that's what happened to me. So I did contact Mayor Hilton because he was at one of our meetings, and I was speaking to him about this. And he assured me that he's going to get on it, and I believe he is because he's collected some of the information from me. I still have it. I have pictures. I spoke to Jim Deere about it some years ago, and I'm sure he remembers. That's when we was having problems, and we still are with the coyotes, and Channel 7 was here. This is what my hand looks like, okay? And nobody, and I know you care about the residents of Carson collectively. Also, I want you to care individually. I want something to be done about my injury and my suffering. I think I'm due that. I did fill out the claim in time. And also, too, I don't want it to happen to someone else. My neighbor almost happened to her. She almost fell walking her dog. And I think that's being negligent on the part of the city of Carson. I have pictures on my phone of trees hanging down in my face.
Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
My 3 minutes are up? Okay, so I just wanted, I never made our mayor aware of this. So I'm making her aware of it also and everyone else. So I know my time is up, but just get back with me on it. Thank you.
We will get your address. Here's the city manager. He'll get your address and your information. And then also give him all the information that you have. Who's the next person?
Kimberly Cortado, Madam Mayor. She's the last one.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Kim. Do you want me to pass these out? Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Kim Cortado, Park and Rec Commissioner. Came to give report on upcoming events for Park and Rec, but the mayor and Councilman Hicks did that for me tonight, so thank you very much. So that gives me the opportunity to talk about another thing I have coming up. So, grand opening, February 21st. Going back to in-person dining for the senior nutrition here at the Carson Community Center. I am inviting all of council and staff on that day to come out and please enjoy a meal with the seniors. I've also included a menu on what the seniors will be receiving every month, Monday through Friday, from the senior nutrition program. It is a nutritious meal that they receive. And we're doing it right now in person in Torrance at the YMCA, and no senior goes home hungry. They go home full because of the amount of food that they receive. Because opening day, we're doing the oven-baked chicken, cornbread stuffing, cauliflower, mashed sweet potatoes, a pear and rainbow sherbet. So they get a nice meal. So I would like to see if everybody could come out on the 21st and enjoy lunch with us. And thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could address Kim
Yeah,
before
just
she
a second. Kim, you forgot about the Black History Program.
No, you mentioned that when you did the proclamation.
Oh, but I want you to mention it again.
Oh, okay. I apologize. This February 17th at the Carson Community Center, we will be doing the Black History Month Motown Tribute. It starts at 6:30. Doors open up at 6 p.m. And from the looks of everything, it's going to be a good program, as always, by our staff. And we have the Gala Ball coming up on Councilman Hicks' 25th birthday. Or on February 20th.
I wish.
On February 25th, on his birthday.
Councilman Deere.
Yeah, the seniors that might be interested in this food program, if it works the same way it worked before the pandemic, they have to make reservations, correct?
Correct.
So we want to remind them they can't just show up, because often they show up. So,
Thank you, Councilman Deere.
and it's easy to make a reservation. It's free.
Yes.
It's on the flyer. So if people
Yes,
would.
and there are flyers at the community center,
Mhm.
and I've given one to John Holloway to post on Carson 411, but the phone number to call me, 310-835-0212, extension 1487 to make reservations.
Very good. And the other thing is, I'm interested in talking with you about contributing, donating some money and time to the senior meal program through my Lions Club.
Definitely, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm surprised they haven't called me for a donation like they normally do. Oh, okay. Thank you. Is that it, Madam City Clerk?
That is it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll do
That's it for
memorial.
all the cards I received.
Okay, we'll do memorial.
Oh, you had 2 cards? Oh, I'm sorry, Lauren. Lauren has 2 cards, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Lauren?
I think they were. No, thank you for speaking up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and Madam City Attorney. I'm Lauren Miles, trustee of HGG Trust, the third generation Carson stakeholder. I'm here tonight on behalf of April Jackson, my neighbor, also a Carson stakeholder, ×2. April is a long-standing resident of Carson, and April is a business owner here in Carson. April operates a small logistics company. The Carson 2040 General Plan, as presently drafted, intends to shut April's business down and force her out of Carson. I'd like for you to take a good look at April and her family and tell me if you're okay with this. Trucks today are more efficient and cleaner than previous years as required by California. In a few more years, trucks will be green. So the real question is, how will you get your food, medicine, and the things that make our lives work without truck transportation? The federal government has the answer. It is known as the F4A, Federal Exemption, 49 U.S. Code 14501, Federal Authority over Interstate Transportation. The relevant section states, no city shall enact or enforce any law, rule, regulation, or standard that would interfere with 1, motor carrier rates. If the truck yards are zoned out of the city, they would have to charge more, or if they go out of business, rates may increase. 2, motor carrier routes. If the truck yards are zoned out of the city, they would have to change routes, would cause delays, increased costs of operations. 3, motor carrier services. If the truck yards are zoned out of the city, they would most likely have to modify their services, i.e. no more fast pickups, delivery delays, etc. Therefore, I would suggest that the Carson General Plan be revised to remove all language that intended to zone out truck yards, or more commonly referred to as logistics operations, not because it's in violation of federal law, but because of April Jackson, who makes all of our lives a bit better each day by what she does and who she is. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have memorial adjournments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are the names that I received: Jacqueline Jackie Hawthorne, Ruth Tillman, Stephen Ronald Harris, Arlene Louise Shelby.
I would like to add 2 names, Madam Mayor. Charles Hamilton, as well as Audrey Burnett.
Those names sound familiar. Also, I'd like to add Fumi. Fumi is a part of the Sister City Association. I just got word that she passed. You know Fumi from
Yes.
Japan. Don't have her last name, but she is a part of the Sister City, and she sent a tape when I was sworn in for mayor, the mayor of Japan, and she's been to every ball that we've had anytime, and the sister cities when they'd come, that she would be a part of the delegation that would come and visit us here in the city of Carson. Just a sweetheart. I found out just before the council meeting. Does anyone else have anyone to add?
She got mine already.
I'm going to ask our bishop to give us a little prayer.
Sure. Father, we pray that you would bless these families whose names were called. Thank you for their life, their legacy, and their labor. We pray that you would bless their family during this hour of bereavement. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
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 The next is council members' request to add items to the agenda, future agendas.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to add to the next agenda an ordinance to drop the ordinance agenda aspect commonly called the anti-democratic dictator ordinance. And secondly, I would like to have on the next agenda the mobile home park zoning ordinance. I know we're waiting for the general plan, but you know, we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and it doesn't seem to be happening quite fast enough because we need to protect our mobile home park residents in Carson sooner than later. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One is to bring back a status report of the park master plan in regards to playground equipment and rubberized surfing replacement. Where are we at with that? I know that it was talked about earlier in regards to back order of some of the parts for the playground, but before we get into the breaks that we have, our Easter break, and then summertime comes in and our kids are back in the park because it's been kind of cold right now. The next item was to bring back a report and evaluation of our curbs and gutters in regards to our recent rains that we had, and we had some streets that were kind of flooded, to find out where we are with our curbs and gutters and the drainage of them, and do they need to be cleaned? What is it that we need in place? Because some of the areas in the city got flooded out. My third one was a facade improvement program. I think we talked about it, but I don't know, did we put money into a facade improvement program, or did we look at, I remember past council meetings and councils that they had identified certain colors. If Mayor maybe remember, we had picked certain colors and certain schemes that we want to have in our city. We didn't want all the
Orange and blue.
the different colors in the city, so we wanted to have at least a facade improvement program with the color scheme to go along with it, so people would know what they can and cannot do based upon the facade improvements. And that's all and this is not an item for to bring back, but this is what I need the staff to look at. On 213th, from Chico to Wilmington, most of the street lights are not working. It is very dark when you go down 213th to get down to Wilmington. And a median revitalization beautification plan. We need to get these medians cleaned up. So I don't know. I know we discussed it. We were told that we were going to have a look of Disneyland at one point in time, but I just want to find out where are we at with our medians, because right now they look sad.
Yes, thank you. If I may, Madam Mayor, so to answer to the request, Councilman Hicks, I believe that we do have this facade improvement program. We did put money into that. We'll identify and provide some more information to you all to clarify color scheme that you all. I know this was maybe a couple of years ago. It seemed like,
yeah.
And so we'll bring some more information back. I know that that was looked into, but as far as the median revitalization plan, that is something that we're actually in the process of doing. Assistant City Manager Robert Lennox is working with staff now, and that's part of your street and your master plan, if you will, of streets that you want to slurry seal and also sidewalk repair, which obviously has been identified as needed, and so that's just going to encompass the median revitalization as well. And so we'll bring you the update and program here shortly, because we'll be requesting the contractors for approval from you all. So that's definitely something that's already in the works and in the plan. So we've had quite a few discussions now with staff.
Okay.
The city manager, our EOC tabletop exercise. Is it in the works?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As a matter of fact, one course, there's been several courses we've been looking at. One most recently was scheduled for May. However, we didn't think that you all would necessarily want to travel to Emmitsburg, so in Maryland, to the FEMA training facility. So there's another one that's a little bit closer. It's in Texas that we're looking at, and it's because it has the real life EOC training as opposed to just classroom setting. It's travel. It's actually through Texas A&M University, and it's on that campus. But even though it's in Texas, it's actually nationally renowned, and so that's something that we're looking at to send you all. So we're just trying to identify what's going to work on your schedule. So you should be hearing that from our emergency services manager. So she's getting that moving for you all. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really concerned with the rains and, things that are going on, that we're ready to go, and what plan of action do we have in place should an emergency happen. We don't want to be caught. And I want to address in our plan who the spokespeople are and what, how the press. That's something we picked up, Arlene, at at the ICSC conference. You got to identify those people. That's the spokesperson for when there's an emergency. Were you in that session, Arlene? Yes. He came up with some excellent ideas. We were at the ICSC conference this past weekend, so maybe we can pull from informed communications during a crisis is what it's called. And I think we need to have something in place like that for our city that's in a manual that we all can reference, and what role.
Yes, ma'am. And we actually have that. And so our new emergency services manager, she's going to actually be working with you all individually. And so to go through some of these, the manuals and things like that. But that was why the training was really important for her. She wanted to make sure that you guys had the on-hands training rather than just going through a manual book.
Right.
Because so I know some of you all learn in a different capacity, And this has been proven that the actual exercise is, it just happens to become more of second nature than just reading what to do, in that aspect. I know Councilwoman Rojas has gone through several of those type of trainings, but our emergency service manager, she definitely wants to get with you all and go through that. So we just had several conversations. As a matter of fact, I spoke with her yesterday about it again. And so there's definitely some plans in the work. And so hopefully we can get you guys scheduled up. But she's excited to get you out there in Texas and enjoy that training.
Okay. Well, the three of us were at the ICSC conference this past weekend, and I would like you to contract with the person that did the workshop on communicating during the crisis, and then also when the cameras start, media training was special. He comes out, the guy is excellent. He did an excellent job. It's called Breaking News When the Cameras Are on You. How do you respond, what you should and should not say? That was a good session. It was for elected officials, because sometimes we start saying things that we shouldn't be saying. And he
Guess we all need that class.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we all need that class.
I sit through the entire class. It was excellent. So, media training.
Madam, on the heels of you talking about media, where are we at with our website?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Ooh, that question.
Yeah.
So we actually are in the process of a redo. We went through this entire exercise. Unfortunately, there was quite a few complications with the vendor and contractor to the point to where we had to actually terminate contract. And so because of that, we actually kind of in square one, but it's been assured to me by staff that we'll have that for this year. That is disappointing. However, we are moving still full steam ahead with our rebranding and the branding of the city of Carson. So we're actually going to be bringing that forward. You all did an excellent job in the selecting of that consultant, and so we've got some great ideas and things to bring forth for you, examples. And so our assistant to the city manager, Mr. George, has been furiously working on that. And so that's coming forward as well, and it's coming together quite well. But the city website is going to come forward this year. Very disappointed, but we didn't want to spend all that money not to come forward with a product that wasn't going to be much better than what we currently have. I'll say it that way. So it was just a decision that I wanted to go ahead and make, because I felt that it wasn't prudent for us to spend money for something that was going to be able to be delivered the way that we wanted it to be. And we felt that excellence needed to be provided and not just substance.
Okay.
Thank you. Is that it,
Yes.
Councilman?
That was back when you talked about media. Made me think about the website.
Yeah, that. Also, we attended the certificate of proof of participation in the sexual harassment training. I'm good. We're good.
You train?
The three of us.
You train how to harass, or not?
I already knew how to do that. So this.
I think Ginger wants that.
Ginger wants
Yeah.
this. I mentioned it earlier tonight. I'd like for us to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the LA County Sanitation District, SR 47. That memorandum has not been signed yet. He sent us a letter. And also, it was another one. The Sanitation District, the Metro. I think if we don't have something in writing and these people move, who's going to pick it up? And it's nothing in writing. So I'd like for us to set up a memorandum of understanding on these three. It's three, and I have another list. I think it's another one, because what we're hearing the Dominguez Channel is very important. Even though I've been assured that everything is going to work out, and I'm sitting on the meetings, but if the key player should change, there's nothing in writing. And I always say a short pencil is better than a long memory. And that showed to be truthful on certain things that we had presented. I just happened to have someone do a confirmation, and I sent that email around. And you guys know what that was. It was on the truckers. Okay, so if we can do that, I'd appreciate it. And then also, anything else, I'll talk to you on the sideline. But those three things are very, very important that we enter into a memorandum of understanding.
Yes, ma'am. We duly noted, and we'll make sure we get that moving.
And anything that, I know the councilman had some things, if we can't get them on the next agenda, we'll look at the agenda, because I know you have a heavy agenda the next two. We got budget, we have so councilman may not make this meeting, but we'll get it on, because I know already the agenda's heavy. Okay? Any other comments? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to congratulate LeBron James tonight for making history.
Yes, yes. Hallelujah.
Surpassing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
Tonight.
and he made history in the month of history. It may never happen again
And Black History Month.
in Black History Month. So I wanted to
Kareem
congratulate
said.
LeBron James tonight.
Thank you.
I think that was it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I would like to, under oral communications, give my report about the ICA, which stands for Independent Cities Association. They had an annual conference. I had also attended it along with the mayor and Councilwoman Arlene Rojas. And for transparency, I attended all of the workshops, just a tail end of the media workshop, because we were doing the ethics and anti-harassment training. So when that training was over, I went over to that other workshop. But I arrived on Friday evening. We stayed at the Hilton Hotel, which was a conference hotel for the actual conference itself. And I departed on Sunday morning back to Carson. And it was a very worthwhile conference. I encourage the MPT and Councilman Hicks to attend when they get an opportunity. The newly elected sheriff, Robert Luna, was one of the guest speakers. Very interesting things he had to say about his policies, his intentions, and how he hopes to reform the sheriff's department. It's really good information to have, and Councilwoman Rojas and I were able to chat with him very briefly afterwards. And I left my list at home, but next council meeting I'll give the list out. Thank you very much.
And on that note, the S I was looking for was on travel. Remember we were talking about airplanes versus vehicles, that we should be allowed. Right now, it says that whichever is the cheaper, whether it's to drive or fly. Well, if I'm afraid to fly, then what? I can't go?
No, you can drive.
Okay, if I can't drive and I want to fly. So I'd like to look into that. I think Sonny was supposed to be looking into that.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So I think it's a couple things, if my memory serves correct. I was just consulting with the city attorney, and so really for the decision whether you want to fly or drive, that's a policy that you all can just set as a council. I think part of that, though, Madam Mayor, which you're concerned with or interested in, was the actual per diem, the reimbursement if you drive because of the dollar amount. You were seeing if there was an opportunity through the increase in the rate, because it hasn't been changed in quite some time. It's a federal rate standard, so that's something that the attorney will look into more. So she's been looking into that, but to find out if there are ways to adjust and to be able to assist, because we obviously realize with gas prices and things that have been increased in over the last 4 to 5 years specifically, the per diem is not catching up to obviously the travel that you all are
nowhere near.
Right, and so that's, I think, if I'm not mistaken,
That's one of the items that I want to look at.
It was part of
also.
this same. It was part of that same SMP. So that's really the aspect of it.
Because I was the one that got caught in that, because they told me I had to I drove, but they told me I should have flown because it was cheaper,
right.
to fly than to drive from here to Vegas.
Correct.
But then I thought of it. I said, but if I fly, then I have to get a rental car. So it's going to cost you even more to get a rental car when I'm there. So I just drive my own car. So
Well, 45 cents a mile does not pay for wear and tear on my tires or gas. So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
No, agreed, Madam Mayor. So that's so yeah. No, the city attorney, she's aware, and she's got her staff looking into that to finding out ways to ease the aspects of the per diem.
Yeah, and I want to ease that and make it optional. If I want to fly, I want to fly. If I want to drive, I want to drive. So if that's our policy, we should change it. We should be able to do what we want to do.
I want to add that even when the city clerk and her team had to travel, they had to drive 6 hours after a 6-hour council meeting in order to be there to represent the city, which I thought wasn't fair, didn't make sense, when they could have got on a plane and said, oh, well, we have to drive. Like, why would they have to drive? They had to be there at 8 in the morning. They said in a 6-hour council meeting, had to hit on the road for 6 hours and drive. That was unsafe for that team to have to do that. So obviously this policy needs to be reworked. And while I'm talking, I want to tell my little brother happy birthday because his birthday's on Friday. And I'm done, y'all.
That's a good point, Mayor Pro Tem. So just to clarify as well, though, the reason why the staff had to drive for that particular instance was it was in Monterey, and they have very limited flights to Monterey. But there were, I think, a flight that could potentially been, but the cost was really excessive. It was almost 3 times the amount of a normal plane ticket, and so that's kind of why the decision was to opt out. But I agree, I would have, and I had that conversation with our city clerk. I would have probably approved that just because of the safety aspect.
Well, the
I thought
safety.
it was dangerous for them to
Yeah.
drive up there, And I told them, text me when you get there, so I know. So I actually received like a text at 4 in the morning that they had arrived up there. So that was not safe and was not. I don't think that was really wise on our part. So, but lesson learned. But we'll ensure that they'll fly next time.
I have a request.
Yes, ma'am.
While you guys are flushing out whether this 45 cent is, bring back an SMP. We can change it later because it's our policy that says we have the choice. You don't have to, this has been going on now for some time. I know you're still working on it. But if that's a city council policy, I'm requesting that it become before the council to say it's up to us. And if it's not about cheaper, it's about safety.
Yes.
And it's about us getting there in time. And so it shouldn't be contingent upon a $40 vehicle versus a $100 flight. After all, we're representing the city, and we're.
Madam Mayor, why don't you put that ordinance on the next council agenda?
That's what I'm asking him to do.
We'll do, Madam Mayor. We'll bring that back, at least for that
and
aspect.
give her time to tweak the mileage or whatever, but that's not the issue. It's about safety and how we can get there in the least amount of time.
We'll do.
Okay. Any other comments? I have a stack of S&Cs. I'm just trying to work through 5 or 6 at a time.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
I just want to publicly thank the Park and Recreation Department, Community Services, Human Services for working on the 45th anniversary because I know it's been labor intensive. And special kudos to Mickey Sanchez who's working on this gala ball. She's been running up and down downtown, back and forth. To our PIO staff, to the city manager staff, thank you for your support and making sure the city's 55th anniversary comes off without a hitch. But I must say a special thank you to Cackley for her support because she's been helping everybody all over the place, my council aide, and making sure that we get everything on point. So, and my last part is Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Madam Mayor, you're everywhere. Your thank you gonna come. Wait a minute. For this gala ball, for those who have their cameras, we got to make sure she has this dress that she said she's putting together that she's gonna come in. We can making sure we have a spotlight when she comes in for this dress.
I left that dress, okay? I toned it down.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, you changed it, okay.
So thanks again to the staff. We're out here at 9:30. Our goal is to get out of here before 10 o'clock. So thank you very much, and I'll be meeting with you. And we're on the right track with this carpet, I think. Okay. No more 6 o'clock phone calls. Good evening, good night, pleasant. Our meeting is adjourned.